Yo. Boom. Yo. Or React Sunday. Well, I got a couple videos saved to the side. And really, I'm just gonna skim through and see if any of them are good. Plus, Dawit's been working his ass off, bro. Bro put out vid back to back to back like 3 days in a row. Back to back to back. Yeah, I know, he's got a bunch. He's got a bunch. Who's that? Oh, no. That's not what I need. Also one that's not like really lore, but like, I don't know, I was just trying to find some extra videos to watch, because I mean, I'm excited for 4, bro. I'm excited for Luna 4, man. I'm ready to get active. So I just keep looking at what people are saying. What's this? Nope. Okay. So I found this random ass video. How Alice secretly saved Teyvat. Let's see. Let me skim through, because I've never watched this guy. Timeline of the end.
Sword. The story takes place at the King's Gate, the character's backstory. It also borrows terminology from the second volume, written by Barbeloth, and stylistically matches the final book. Connecting all the dots, it becomes fairly obvious others had no choice but to willingly orbit her. We know the Kandrians were aware of the vast universe outside Teyvat, Carnival, and how connects to the witches. To answer that, we don't need to look any further than the second volume of the
we're looking at the book?
The Undying Fire. In that book, Barbeloth, the author of that specific volume, gives us the answer. The short answer, a night. And on top of that, Barbeloth critical part to play here. I also believe that what we saw in that trailer happens after the story takes place, but you'll see why I say that by fact, it sounds exactly like the place described in the Wings of Fate's Course Intertwined glider. The text confirms that the Winster King himself, Genshin, which absorbs abyssal energy into this, but on a second analysis, snapshot, or a reanimated like a distant memory.
This seems fine.
The fire was out, the machine was silent, and he was alive.
It looks like he's actually reading what was said too. Like, this is like a reader's voice. Alright, let's see. You know what? We'll see. What other videos this guy got first? Oh, how many videos has he made? 1 month ago. Can you 100% Nod Krai? Oh, wait, what? So, just starting into the lore stuff. Hold on.
I got insanely lucky and managed to pull both.
Okay, good. Same voice. I was worried. Voice change. It's hard to tell sometimes whether stuff's like real voices or if it's AI voices, you know?
Artificial light was
not that I thought it was, but let's see. Alright, so what is this? How Alice secretly saved Teyvat. Alice is much more than a benevolent, chaotic witch. With the release of the new weapon, we've been giving a hidden record of how the cataclysm disguised as a simple fairy tale. But as we know, the Hexen Circle, especially Anders' daughter, love to hide the truth within fiction. Deconstruct the tragic moments of the Vinster King and a secret meeting behind or between two characters that changed the course of history. Fuck it. Send it. New guy. Clicks and crits. Clicks and crits. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay. I mean, all right. You know what?
Artificial light. There's a lot that we don't know about what exactly happened within Candria during the Cataclysm, but from an unexpected source, a fairy tale of all things, we get a glimpse into the last moments of the Vinster King, and the unexpected hero who saved Teyvat from a fate even worse than history remembers. With Durin's release, we also got a new weapon, Athame Artis. At first glance, its description seems to be just an innocent story about a witch saving a kingdom, but we know how much the Hexen Circle witches love to hide the truth in fiction, especially one witch in particular, Anders' daughter, who is, coincidentally, the mother of the new mini Durin. This connection alone gives us a huge clue about who wrote this story. But on top of that, the terminology and the protagonists described here match volumes of the other books written by the witches. To piece this together though, we need a little backstory. Before Anders' daughter passed away, the other members of the Hexen Circle...
This is the big book that Alice was referring to in Durin's quest too, right?
Alice's request began writing a collection of stories called The Little Witch and the Undying Flame. This was meant to be a parting gift as her final moments on Teyvat approached. Each volume was written by a different witch, with the 7th and final book being partially written by Anders' daughter herself and completed by Alice. Why does this matter? Because the story found in the source description shares a protagonist with a collection of stories. Alice was the one who originally named and created the character's backstory. It also borrows terminology from the second volume, written by Barbeloth, and stylistically matches the final book. Connecting all the dots, it becomes fairly obvious who the true author of this weapon story really is. So now, the most important question remains. Who is the protagonist of this story and how did she save Teyvat? To find the hidden truth, we have to deconstruct the story line by line and put the puzzle pieces back together.
Are we gonna get it read to us?
Let's look at the opening text. By the time the little witch arrived at the Day King's palace, twilight had already taken hold. Had she come any later, the kingdom would have already been passed beyond the Day King's rule. Before the night curtain descended, the Day King received her in what remained of his fleeting hours. This opening immediately tells us where and when. In this context, Twilight likely refers to Dainsleif, who held the title of the Twilight Sword. The story takes place at the king's palace after the events involving the 5 sinners had already occurred and the fall of Candria was already in motion. The text confirms these were the final hours, perhaps even the final minutes of the last Vinster King's reign. And right in that critical time frame, our witch arrives to speak with him. While the first part of the text clarifies the setting, the second part reveals our protagonist. Listen how the king addresses her. O witch who has traversed the vast cosmos, kindler of time's eternal flame, what brings you to this lonely planet? And her response? I did not come to my own accord. It was the planet's cry that found me through the void. Answering its call, I crossed the gate of stars forgotten by time. This is the smoking gun. In the Hexen Circle's book collection, the little witch was merely searching for the undying flame, but here she is the kindler of it. She is explicitly described as someone who can traverse the cosmos. Remember the quest, A Prophecy from the Past? Anders' daughter compares Alice to the sun. She describes her as a bright celestial being with such a powerful gravitational pull that others had no choice but to willingly orbit her. We know the Candrians were aware of the vast universe outside Teyvat, but it became a taboo topic once they realized the dangerous implications. This tells us that whoever sent that distress signal, the cry that Alice heard, must have been someone high up in the king's circle, or perhaps even the king himself. Now, this is where it gets tricky. The text uses the word planet interchangeably with nation, and void with abyss. Their conversation works on two levels. It describes Teyvat as a planet in the cosmos, but it also serves as an analogy for Kandria, an underground nation floating in nothingness, surrounded by the abyss. The witch mentions using a gate of stars to enter. She likely used something similar to the gate we found deep under Sumeru, the only one we've seen marked by a massive star symbol. Could this be the only way to access this nation from Teyvat? Perhaps Kandria is protected by a barrier that makes physical entry impossible, keeping them hidden from the gaze of...
I still do not understand why we haven't taken a pry bar to that goddamn thing and tried to rip that door open yet. Like, it's been 3 years since we found that door. I feel like natural course of action would have been, hey, here's a door that leads to Kandria. Why don't we crack this bad boy open and try to solve some mysteries, no?
The gods. But this raises a massive question. How did the summoned sibling entered? Did they pass through one of those physical gates? Or did they use a method similar to the sign of Aposha? The next part of the conversation is fascinating because it gives us a report on the state of the universe itself. It paints a picture of a decaying cosmos, near the edge of finality. This echoes the exact same rhetoric we heard from the Voyager in the description of the finale of the Deep Gallery's artifact set. Both texts describe a universe that is slowly going dark, and when the witch mentions a region long considered dark and inhospitable, we see that double meaning come into play again. Obviously, on a cosmic scale, she's referring to Teyvat, but if we swap the terms, using word as nation, it perfectly describes the underground nation of Kandria, a kingdom buried in darkness, surrounded by the abyss. This parallelism with Enkanomiya, another region sunk deep below the surface with similar characteristics, makes you question the entire structure of Teyvat. Is the firmament only protecting the civilizations on the surface? That is a massive topic that I'm going to explore in a dedicated video sooner than later, so make sure to subscribe now so you don't miss it. Going back to our story, we start to get a clearer picture of the witch's character and her true motives for coming here. It turns out she wasn't being entirely truthful with the king. She didn't just hear a cry from the planet randomly. She had already heard about the probability of this disaster and the abyssal corruption during a Hexenzirkel meeting. This was not the whole story. In truth, the little witch had caught wind of whispers from this dark expanse, whispers that had flown to her on the eve of the night carnival. Under ordinary circumstances, she would likely have dismissed such strange signals as just another error from the scryglass. Now, you might be asking, what exactly is a night carnival, and how connects to the witches? To answer that, we don't need to look any further than the second volume of The Little Witch and the Undying Fire. In that book, Barbeloth, the author of that specific volume, and the Undying Fire. In that book, Barbeloth, the author of that specific volume, gives us the answer. The short answer: a night carnival is an ancient taboo ceremony, essentially a gathering of witches. Now, we could spend hours digging into real-world cultural folklore about night carnivals. It's a rabbit hole on its own. But we don't need to, because the book gives us the one detail that actually matters, but not in a way that you expect. It states, and I quote, that this event has a direct relation with the witch's romantic or marital status. Remember that specific detail about romance and marriage, because it's going to be extremely important for the next part of the text. And isn't it interesting? The source of this definition is Barbeloth, who is coincidentally the exact same source of the prophetic rumors Alice heard in the first place. If the first part of the text gave us the where and when, this next part gives us the motive. But as the message reached her, she was fretting over the next day's festivities, desperately trying to find a way to avoid her nemesis, who would also be there. So she seized the opportunity to hide away in her workshop, spending considerable effort deciphering this distant missive. The real reason she left for Kandria was because she was looking for an excuse to avoid the next gathering. And remember the whole marital status
I want to make sure I'm following this right. So all of this, that's Durin's weapon, right? Durin's weapon wiki. Oh, fuck. What did she say? What did he say her weapon's called? His, oh my god. What did he say his weapon is called? Jesus, man. What am I talking about here? No, I don't remember. Durin's weapon. God damn it. Hold on. Hold. Femi artist. The Day King received her in what remained of his fleeting hours. So that whole first part, that's what he's saying, is that which was traverse the vast cosmos, kindler of time's eternal flame, what brings you to this lonely planet. Is that Dane's talking to, he's saying Alice. I did not come of my own accord. It was planet's cry that found me through this void, answering its call across the gate of stars forgotten by time. Okay. He's saying it's Alice because of the way they referred to Alice in the quest, calling her the sun. Okay. I'm following. Would have thought that in a region long considered dark and inhospitable, living world would still endure. This was not the whole story. In truth, the little witch had caught wind of whispers from this dark expanse, whispers that had flown to her on the eve of the night carnival. And that's what he's talking about now, right? The whole marital status. Okay. Okay. I'm following. I'm making sure that that part's actually was actually part of the weapon, not a book.
While we don't know much about Alice's personal life, we do know that one specific witch got married, Ivanovna, also known by the codename Jay, and from past events, we also know that she left the Hexen Circle once married. Alice knew that once the wedding took place, she would lose a sister, and we know how much she hates seeing her small circle get even smaller. To a long-lived individual like her, watching a friend choose love is a slow kind of grief. As the saying goes, what is love if not the death in the eyes of the undying? So in her twisted but brilliant mind, she probably thought that if she just wasn't there, maybe she could postpone the inevitable. And on top of that, Barbelos would be there, likely screaming to the high heavens that she was correct again, as always. Taking all this into account, a distress signal from a doomed nation wasn't a tragedy for her, it was the perfect excuse. This carefree, slightly narcissistic avoidance fits Alice's personality to a T, and the timeline should match. By the time of Mini Durin's birth, during the Draco Rubedo event, Ivanovna was already gone from the circle. This implies her departure happened right around the Cataclysm. Speaking of which, what a bad period to get married. At the absolute brink of Teyvat's total annihilation, must have been picturesquely wonderful. But I digress. The story takes us back to the present conversation between Alice and the delusional king, which ends abruptly when the latter disappears into the vast and all-engulfing abyss. The text describes his end with a line that is frankly disturbing. Melted away like cream. That specific phrasing, melted away like cream, leaves so much room for interpretation that it's almost impossible to pin down exactly what happened. Did he die? Did he transform? Did he become part of the abyss itself? Until we get more information, we have to assume the king is gone. Though in Teyvat, gone rarely means the
What's
end.
up?
The imagery painted here is horrifying. It seems that Kandria has reached the absolute tipping point of extinction. The darkness is rising. The king is dissolved, and the witch has to move fast if she wants to get out of this situation unscathed. What she sees during those moments coincidentally confirms the authenticity of our siblings' experiences, memories, and location as they fled towards the surface 500 years ago. Riding her broom beneath the blood-red moon, she traveled far before finally spying a lonely castle, glowing with firelight. The castle seemed to have been built by the Day King's army. For unknown reasons, it had escaped dissolution by the Sea of Mist. Does this sound familiar? This is the exact same image we saw in the We Will Be Reunited trailer, as Lumine ran through the destruction of Kandria. This confirms that their
The little short we had? Yeah, dude. Oh, trust me, there's a lot from that day that I'll try to get stuff out of. That's a good game. I really like Satisfactory, so yeah.
Reunited trailer, as Lumine ran through the destruction of Kandria. This confirms that their memory recollection from 500 years ago hasn't been tampered with. We can trust that their version of the truth is real. Now, I'm bringing up the sibling seemingly out of nowhere because I believe they have a critical part to play here. I also believe that what we saw in that trailer happens after the story takes place, but you'll see why I say that by the end of the video. Going back to our protagonist, as she moves through the destruction, she spots a building glowing in the middle of this abyssal fog. For some reason, it isn't being engulfed. It stands like a lighthouse guiding sailors on high seas. Where have we seen glowing objects that repel or cleanse the abyss before? If you thought about the chasm, you are probably right. The Lumen Stone has those exact same properties. It's safe to assume that if the civilization living down in the chasm had this technology, the Kandrians likely had it too. The lonely castle the witch saw was likely a military camp of some sort surrounded by similar stones, creating a sanctuary in the dark. The figure she finds waiting there is none other than Dainsleif. By this point, he has likely already been abandoned by the other sinners, who succumbed to the temptation. Surprisingly, he doesn't seem shocked to see her. Why? It's possibly he heard about Alice from Rhindaughter. Remember, Gol was a member of the Hexen Circle too. Or perhaps he was involved in sending the distress signal himself. The specific details don't matter right now, and frankly, I doubt we're seeing any interaction between these two for a very long time, for reasons you'll see by the end of this story. What does matter is that he recognizes her. He knows she's a powerful witch.
When did Gold? Yeah, hold on. When did Rhindaughter join the Hexen Circles? Do we know? It's also a member. But is there any text when she joined? Because I'm like, if he wasn't surprised by Alice and then he just said, oh, maybe it's because of Rhindaughter, but was Rhindaughter actually part of the Hexen Circle before she was a sinner? You know what I mean? Because if he's saying that Alice is coming down now through you know, when this stuff is happening and visiting Dane, you know, right as this is happening, then it's like, I'm just going off of his theory. I'm not saying I believe this is what happened or anything like that, but I mean, he's kind of making sense, but I'm just going off of what he's saying. Like, if she's coming down at this time to talk to him down there in Conria, then it's like, well, did they even know the Hexen Circle was a thing? Like, yeah, I guess they probably did, right?
Abandoned by the other sinners, who succumbed to the temptation. Surprisingly, he doesn't seem shocked to see her. Why? It's possibly he heard about Alice from Rhindaughter. Remember, Gol was a member of the Hexen Circle too. Or perhaps he was involved in sending the distress signal himself. The specific details don't matter right now, and frankly, I doubt we're seeing any interaction between these two for a very long time, for reasons you'll see by the end of this story. What does matter is that he recognizes her. He knows she's a powerful witch, and he receives her not as an intruder, but as a last hope. And to be fair, at this point, he doesn't have too many options left. He's standing in the ashes of his kingdom, desperate to clean up the mess that he kind of ignited. Dainsleif tells Alice that trying to simply clean the corrupted zones on the surface is futile. It will all just come back, repeating the same cycle over and over. They need to cut the problem off at the source, and he knows exactly where to look. At his invitation, the little witch descended to the deepest level of the castle where, beyond its fragile boundaries, stretched a sea of pure darkness. This location sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds exactly like the place described in the Wings of Fate's course intertwined glider. The text confirms that the Winster King himself led a sibling down to the kingdom's deepest depths. This must be the border separating Kandria from the Abyss, the edge of the world, the final limit before the Sea of Nothingness begins. And just like the king took the sibling there to doom the world, Dainsleif is now taking Alice there to save it. It's a beautiful contrast, isn't it? Down in the depths, they found the gigantic machine that was absorbing abyssal energy into its core. This is the Perpetual Motion Machine, or you may call it the Holy Grail. By burning seawater, it generates light and heat. This machine is clearly a converter, the beating heart that powers all of Kandria. Without it, life down here would be near impossible. We know the underground nation was struggling with its energy resources. There were multiple projects competing through the years to bring a solution, but it seems this machine was the king's final bet, what he spent most of his time researching. In fact, from Act 4, an elegy for faded moonlight, we know that most of the Universitas Magistorium's human resources were specifically allocated to this abyssal energy research. Now, I want you to pay close attention to the description of the machine. It is a perpetual motion machine which absorbs abyssal energy into a core. And what is a human heart if not a perpetual motion machine? Yes, I'm going there. From the Wings of Fate's course intertwined, we know that, and I quote, the golden hair was used as a vessel by which unlimited abyssal power could be absorbed. Which makes me wonder, was the king using our sibling as the core of this machine? The location matches, the description matches. When the Kandrians summoned the Descender, they got something even better. They received the ultimate solution to their nation's energy problems. But as treacherous as fate and the greed of men are, in the end, this solution is what led to their demise. The next part of the text continues the conversation between our two characters as they stand before this perpetual machine. And here, they make an observation that is both profound and confusing. Since all tangible things on this planet are merely shadows cast by light, so long as we can create a fire that never goes out. But doing this will only make the planet burn even faster, the little witch cited. The first sentence is a clear reference to Plato's allegory of the cave, and in this context, it was shadows cast will only make the planet burn even faster, the little witch cited. The first sentence is a clear reference to Plato's allegory of the cave, and in this context it works on multiple levels. Here, planet once again has a double meaning. On one hand, it refers to the nation of Kandria. As an underground nation, they are literally living in a cave, but ironically, they are the ones reaching for forbidden knowledge, to understand the true nature of existence. Narratively, this is a brilliant twist. Those living in the dark underground are actually closer to the truth than those living on the surface under the light. On the other hand, it refers to Teyvat itself and the people living under the false sky. They are completely oblivious to the reality of their world, mesmerized by shadows cast by the gods and their false shepherds. Now, let's look closer at the first sentence. It seems to justify and even desire the continuity of this system of illusions. It suggests that as long as the machine is maintained, the truth hidden by the shadows doesn't matter. The second sentence is a direct objection to this. Initially, I thought this whole segment was was a monologue by Alice, but on a second analysis, it becomes clearer that the first line is spoken by Dainsleif. He is knowledgeable enough to know the truth beyond his world, yet here he seems to be choosing the theatrics of the shadows, maintaining the status quo to keep his nation alive, no matter the cost. In this sense, he's no different from the prisoners inside Plato's cave who live in ignorance. I would argue he's even worse. He knows it's a lie, but he embraces it out of desperation. In this scenario, Alice is the only one who sees things clearly. She's the only one choosing the hard truth over comfortable lies. I wonder if this is going to be her archetype in the story going forward, the one who refuses to let the shadows keep dancing. Either way, she correctly proclaims that his nation is doomed the moment its abyssal power source runs dry. And then, out of nowhere, to the absolute shock of Dainsleif, she takes matters into her own hands. Without a second of hesitation, she does something reckless. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. Now, there are two possibilities here. We can take it literally, she simply shoved the sword into a mechanical engine. But ask yourself, why would you need a sword to sever the connection between the abyss and a machine? Why use a blade? This leads us to the second possibility, a much darker one, with massive implications. If the sibling was the core, she stabbed the sibling. By striking the vessel, she killed the host to stop the absorption of power, successfully severing the connection between the machine and the abyss. And this changes everything. This could potentially explain the biggest mystery in the game. Why is our sibling recorded in Irminsul? If the original sibling died here during the Cataclysm, absorbed into Teyvat's ley lines, then the person we are chasing throughout the story might not be the original at all. They might be a Samsara copy, a snapshot, or a reanimated vessel, functioning but fundamentally of this world. The traveler mentions multiple times that they feel something is strange or off about the sibling whenever they meet. That something might be exactly this. They are looking at a ghost. Maybe this is one of the many secrets that Dainsleif keeps close to his chest. Only time will tell. The whole sequence of events must have been confusing, even for him. As he reached out for his sword, he vanished, and simultaneously, the last bit of artificial light was extinguished. In that instant, the nation was plunged into absolute darkness. The Khaenri'ah that existed just moments ago was gone. When he woke up, likely saved by the witch's magic, the cataclysmic events of the previous day seemed like a distant memory. The fire was out, the machine was silent, and he was alive, ready to set on his journey once more. As Alice departed, she was surprisingly satisfied with her solution to this world-ending problem. She knew it was only a temporary fix, because human arrogation knows no limit, and it's only—
But like, if that was the case, and it almost sounds like he would have been tied up and restricted the whole time. Like they were using him, and it wouldn't have been a good thing that the sibling one would have been, you know, it's almost like he would have been caged, like a caged little bird. So why would he be so dead set on restoring it? You know what I mean?
a matter of time before someone, somewhere, tries to reach for the forbidden again. But before leaving for good, she left an instructive message for the knight, one that foreshadows his entire future. This cycle may go for a long, long time.
Oh, well, he is just saying that whatever we're actually seeing is reanimated, and it's not actually our sibling. But then what, like what would that be? Who would have done that? Who would have made that? Who would follow that? Why would the Abyss Mages follow that? Follow him?
Until the day you two become nothing but an empty shell. But no matter what, you must keep going. At least, you must live until we meet again. She knew the consequences that would haunt the Khaenri'ahs for eternity. She knew about the curse of immortality that turns men into monsters and empty shells. Yet, she still left him with a command: survive. This leaves us with one final burning question. Why? What does Alice need Dainsleif for? What is the one thing only he can do in the future she foresees? So, when we put all these pieces together, what are we really looking at? It is the final moments of a foolish king who tried to save his nation by turning our sibling into a living battery. It is the story of how Alice walked into the end of the world just to avoid a slightly unpleasant social situation. And in those final moments, she made the hard choice. She didn't save the kingdom, she saved the planet, likely by severing the sibling's life to stop the machine. She left Dainsleif in the ashes with a single cruel command: leave. This is a story of how Alice saved Teyvat, but thematically it is a story of contrast. On one hand, we witness the dehumanization of the sibling, a human, heir to an entire kingdom, reduced to a literal battery, an object used to fuel the machinery of human greed. On the other hand, we see the humanization of Alice. It is a rare opportunity to see this untouchable, chaotic, almost omnipresent being in a vulnerable position. She is running away because she's afraid to say goodbye. She is acting not out of divine sense of duty, but out of the very human fear of loss. And in the middle of all stands Dainsleif, a prisoner to the theatrics of the shadows. When Alice destroyed the illusions by destroying the machine, she tore down the cave walls and forced Dainsleif to step into the painful light of reality. There's an imperative virtue in that final verb: live. It wasn't just advice, it was a command that forced him to bear witness to the truth, ensuring that someone would be left to remember the cost of that day. If you enjoyed this deep dive, I'm working on other similar.
I can see where, like, everything he said makes sense and tracks. However, in my opinion, based on other things I'm not going to get into, I think we had to look at Alice as more of an observer, of somebody who can't really interfere, doesn't want to interfere. And that's a major interference if she decides to, quote unquote, kill our sibling, aka the perpetual energy machine of Conria. I haven't heard a lot of people talk about this though, and like he's throwing out some crazy like story of Conria stuff I haven't heard other people talk about. So that's huge. That's nice. I like that. I mean, major assumption too that this is talking about Alice. Like, if it's not talking about Alice, then it's, I mean, the whole thing's GG, right? By the time the little witch arrived at the Day King's palace, twilight had already taken hold. Had she come any later, the kingdom would have already passed beyond the Day King's rule. Before the night curtain descended, the Day King received her in what remained of his fleeting hours. Oh, which was traverse the vast cosmos. I mean, I agree that hey, just the fact that we're talking about a witch traversing the cosmos, I mean, I know Alice is more powerful than anything in Teyvat. I know it. People just have yet to realize it. What brings you to this lonely planet? The sibling also meant Deardith, which is what led them to find us. The logic of the theory makes sense, but it almost seems like there are two siblings running around at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, right. Well, he was kind of saying that it's... our sibling's actually dead, and we have a reincarnated... where was it? Right.
Without a second of hesitation, she does something reckless. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. Now, there are two possibilities here. We can... why would you need a sword to second possibility, a much darker one, with massive implications? If the sibling was the core, she stabbed the sibling. By striking the vessel, she killed the host to stop the absorption of power, successfully severing the connection between the machine and the abyss. And this This changes everything. This could potentially explain the biggest mystery in the game. Why is our sibling recorded in Irminsul? If the original sibling died here during the Cataclysm, absorbed into Teyvat's ley lines, then the person we are chasing throughout the story might not be the original at all. They might be a Samsara copy, a snapshot, or a reanimated vessel, functioning but fundamentally of this world.
But is our siblings' original actions recorded in Irminsul? If what he's saying is true, then our sibling prior to 500 years ago, quote unquote, getting stabbed and dying, are his actions recorded in Irminsul?
Traveler mentions multiple times that they feel something is strange.
I don't think we know one way or the other, right? Like, we can't answer that either. But because I assume he's meaning, like, since our actions aren't recorded in Irminsul, then if the original sibling, the one that got stabbed, is the actual sibling, then technically his actions wouldn't have been recorded in Irminsul either if they're our sibling, but we don't know if they were or not, right? But anyways, yeah, I mean, off of what he's saying, I could see his logic in it. I could see the logic going through, and it's a well laid out theory, and yeah, I mean, I didn't realize there was all this stuff in the sword. I haven't read the sword. I've been too caught up in other things to even think about reading the sword. I haven't heard anyone talk about reading the sword. But like, that's pretty cool. Before the warrior could react, the little witch drew the sword from his back and hurled it into the perpetual motion machine. The warrior reached out to retrieve it, but the moment the blade touched the black sea mist, both he and the fading light vanished into nothingness. What else refers to black sea mist? Anything? There's anything... I mean, it could just be descriptive, right? The entire planet was once again swallowed by darkness. When daylight finally returned, it was as if everything from the previous night had been nothing more than a deep and distant dream. I suppose that's a temporary fix at least, the little witch murmured, glancing back one last time before leaving the planet on her broom. This cycle may go on for a long, long time until the day you two become nothing but an empty shell. But no matter what, you must keep going. At least you must live until we meet again. Oh, that's dope. I mean, yeah, I mean, I can see how it all lines up. Now I'm just interested in it, and now you caught me thinking about stuff I haven't thought of before when it comes to the ending of Conria, I guess. But it's also like certain timeline things too. For like Rhine-Daughter joining Hexen Circle. When? We don't know. Did Alice, you know, or what, I guess, what other, if we're talking about witches, is there any other one that could have played this role? He didn't seem to think so. Because of them referring to Alice as the sun. Cool. Hey, look. Hey, that was a good video. That was a good video. That was a good video. So Alice did what the Wonderland Alice did, run away from her problems in the real world to find herself involved in a different world with its own problems to solve too. Oh, here we go. Maybe some other people argued against it. There are a few points I'm unclear on, though, in regards to Alice having ended the Abyss Twin. I thought the Abyss Twin in Dainsleif's journey occurred post-Cataclysm. The Abyss Twin earned their name as Nara Varuna when they helped heal the Varuna contraption that keeps Apple Woods from succumbing to the desert. I would think that Rukkhadevata maintained it until she couldn't anymore. In the wake of the Cataclysm, the Abyss Twin met Vedofenir, guarded by an Abyss Herald, and attracting hilly trails with Clothar after he had parted ways with Dainsleif. He attempted to escape with the Abyss Twin, and Traveler occurred while the Cataclysm was underway. The Abyss Twin could have gone back and used their ability to stop the spread of abyssal energy, but chose instead to wake their sibling in an attempt to flee Teyvat, setting the events at the start of the game in motion. Sibling and Dainsleif had very little interaction before the Cataclysm. That's a lot to read right now. I just want to watch videos. That's a lot to read right now. Hey, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see where that leads. And now I'm curious to see if other people talked about the sword, man. God damn. That was a good first video from him. I was gonna watch this too, but
while Barbella does so,
I started skimming through it, and he's just relating witches to Dungeons and Dragons spells, and honestly, I don't give a fuck. Somebody said I should try to watch this on for a comment in another video, but like, bro, I don't give a fuck how it relates to spells from Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, that's just not for me, brother. That ain't for me. That one ain't for me. I need some energy. Honestly, that dude's videos are good, but the voice is a little monotone. A little monotone. I need some energy, brother. I need some energy. But besides that, yeah. All right. No. So on that note, we're going to Dawit. Because bro had back-to-back videos, and I just need some energy. So we'll start. I'm breezing through all three of these. What happened to the Fatui Harbingers?
You guys want to know what both Celestia and the Tsaritsa have in common? They both have the same hilarious problem, that being the Fatui Harbingers. Because, folks, we really need to ask ourselves, what happened to them? A once mighty organization daring to threaten even Celestia themselves, united under the banner of the Pale Star. These Harbingers were meant to be the Tsaritsa's instruments of...
Have you heard of a YouTuber called ShadowXImpact? I'd give some of its vids a watch. He's a more underrated lore channel. All right, before we continue on this, I'll look him up. What is it? ShadowXImpact. This? I like some of the low-key ones. Four Moon's secret plan to defeat the Heavenly Principles. Does this fight even make sense? You know what? I can see right here scrolling over, he's telling me to watch this video, so should I watch this one and then this one? We'll skim through. I'll save both for right now, and I'll look at it after Dawit's. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
United under the banner of the Pale Star. These Harbingers were meant to be the Tsaritsa's instruments of destruction. When the bell tolling the rebellion finally came at last, but And these last couple of years, ugh. In the Big 26, let's look at the current state of affairs regarding the Fatui. Rank 1 Il Capitano is slumped. Rank 2 Dottore, well, it's a bit too early to confirm his fate right now. Let's be real, folks.
He's not
dead. Winning next patch,
Yeah,
all right?
true,
But, you know, he's like a cockroach, so I really don't think he'll die. But even then, I don't think he'll return to the Fatui nor be allowed.
Hey, he could. There's a possibility he could get away alive, though. Because, yes, he's going to be a weekly boss. We all know it, whatever, right? He's going to be a weekly boss, right? But so is Arlecchino. And Arlecchino defeated us. Did she not? Yeah, she's friendly, kind of, now, right? But she still defeated us. And now she's a weekly boss. So, it's not 100% that Dottore just dies, right? Just saying.
To return to the Fatui later, so. And I say this, folks, because surely the doctor follows his own logic.
Wait a second.
Yeah, Capitanos with the hot biker mama.
He's not a harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
You know, for now I'll say excommunicated, but I could be wrong.
Excommunicado.
Rank 3 Columbina has left the Fatui and becomes angry at mention of their name.
May I ask, are you the one they call Kutar? And the harbinger that the Fatui refer to as the Damselette?
The Fatui?
Red.
I'm here at their behest.
Red. Let there be red. Let there be blood.
Rank 4 Arlecchino is still happily serving the Fatui and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Rank 5 Pocahontas is still happily serving the Fatui and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Rank 6 Scaramouche no longer exists and will no longer serve the Fatui. Rank 7 Sandrone is still happily serving the Fatui.
Wait, so they know. Nobody remembers Scaramouche, right? Except for us. In their rankings, what is their number 6 now? Like, do they ever talk about that? I forget if they talk about it off the top of my head. But, like, if you were to ask a Tsaritsa, who's number 6, what would she say? Maybe they've talked about it and I just don't remember. Or do they just now not even refer to number 6 and number 7 is now number 6? I don't know. Anyone know? I don't know.
And Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. And as indicated, she has her own reasons for staying in the Fatui.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do.
Rank 8 Signora is sleeping with the fishies. Rank 9
fishies.
Pantalone is still happily serving the Fatui and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. But, like, wow, this nigga, he doesn't even have a vision. His only power is being rich. At least Batman could fight. He did something with his money.
He
And
bought
finally,
his
rank
way
11
into the...
Tartaglia is still happily serving the Fatui and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Man, Child's he's such a weird
Go back
case
and-
to me. I
yeah.
guarantee he doesn't have a fucking clue that you're extending the Tsaritsa's plan, and if someone would just warn him, hey, you know, listen up, pal. If you keep assisting her, and you run the risk of a divine nail straight onto Snezhnaya hitting Morspoke, my life savings, he follows a more righteous path. Or
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't, I don't know. All he cares about is power, I guess. And then there's Piero, still happily serving the Fatui, and Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Regardless, you know, let's look at this remaining mighty band of...
My ultimate theory is that this next fight with Dottore is all part of the plan to take down the Heavenly Principles. The real Dottore Tsaritsa will use this battle as a trial test for the real deal, and she approves it. Yeah. That's possible. That's possible. See, at the end of Luna 3, we see Arlecchino get all pissed off and basically is like, even if the Tsaritsa doesn't approve this, I'll take it into my own hands, aka like fight a Harbinger while not being part of the Fatui Harbingers, whatever, right? But did she talk to the Tsaritsa in between? Probably not. between the Tori, you know, disappearing and us sitting down with her and her getting pissed off. Because if she did, why would the Saritsa kind of, I mean, I guess, yeah, Saritsa could just lie to everybody else except for the Tori, but like, kind of bad leadership at that point, no? I mean, I'm with the whole taking down the Heavenly Principles thing, right? I'm with that 100%. Like, I am on board, right? I agree with this, but I really don't think people like Dottore anymore. Like, he's always been, yes, he wants to experiment for advancement, but he doesn't care who he hurts in order to do that. And while you could just, like, debate moral things, it's like, okay, yeah, sure, but like, he does some pretty bad shit, you know, like things that even your most corrupt people would be like, that's a little too far. Like, there's something wrong with his brain that's a little too much, you know. And he doesn't care about the reputation it gives him either. So it's like, he's just kind of twisted. When you see all these other Fatui Harbingers, it's like, yeah, even Arlecchino is like, we looked at the Fatui as bad in the beginning, but now we look at Arlecchino as like a friend, you know? Like, they have the reasoning. And now that we befriended them, we can kind of, you know, line things up and it makes sense. No idea if you've already seen it, but my name for now is a pretty interesting video called How Zandik Fooled Destiny Itself, and it's pretty good. Look, I'm all for the, how Zandik is fooling oh my god, Zandik fooling anybody, because I'm still a firm believer that he fooled people, but I'm talking and typing at the same time. My name for now, and then let's put Zandik. This is what I'm talking about. Give me the vids. Give me the vids. Give me the vids. What am I trying to say here? I believe he fooled a lot of people, but I'm still a firm believer that he did not fool Alice. That's just my thought. That's just my thought. Alright, I'll check that one out after. 2. Yeah, he's like second in queue.
Warriors.
Okay, hold on. We gotta rewind a little bit here.
His power, I guess. And then there's Piero, still happily serving the Fatui, and Her Majesty the Saritsa. Regardless, you know, let's look at this remaining mighty band of warriors the Saritsa is gonna ride into battle with. You know, when the day of the rebellion.
Oh, that's what I say. So my point is, I think that Saritsa and her plan, whatever she was doing to get to the Heavenly Principles, is for the overall good, right? However, I believe that they think Tori's gone too off course and he's no longer in it for the overall good. He's trying to supersede what, basically, I think, like, what Saritsa's trying to take out, Tori's trying to not only align himself with them and take it out, but then to be that power above what the Heavenly Principles can control. Or like, if they take the Heavenly Principles out, he would be the next in line for power rankings. You know what I mean? Like, he's trying to just kind of stick himself into the Harbingers just so he can gain more power. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't give a fuck about them. He just wants more power. But then you can argue that he's just doing everything for knowledge. So, I don't know.
Only comes at last, and they're looking Celestia right in their eyes. This is who the Saritsa's looking. She's gonna look to her right. She's gonna look to her left. She's gonna see an old nigga, a lesbian, a hobbit, a robot, a dude who can't fight, and a golden retriever. But when Fanes turns his gaze to the left,
that was unexpected,
and then to the right, what he'll see is
oh my god!
No,
don't you do it.
The convergence will be revealed. Standing before him first is Istaroth, the incarnation of time, whose breath is measured in ages and whose silence remembers tomorrow. Beyond her stands Renova, ruler of death, keeper of the final door, crowned in endings and unmoved by prayer, before Fanes will rise, Rhine-daughter, god of life, bearer of bloom and wrought alike, from whose hands all things are
absolutely
born
unhinged, bro.
Continue, and surrounding them all will be Asmodee, master of space, the unseen boundary, the will that decides their existence is permitted to stand. Thus, the five are made manifest, not as allies, but as laws, and in their presence, belief is irrelevant. Creation kneels regard.
And I don't know why. I don't know why his dick is so hard for the HP. I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't understand. Like, what did he do for you, buddy? What did he do for you? He didn't do a goddamn thing. Dude, he rides that shit like it's going out of style. Like, I just don't understand. Like, he's at his amusement park every day riding that shit up and down, first in line, front seat. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand why. I can see that, but I don't know why. She ultimately wants to do good, but is willing to do bad deeds to accomplish that, but also Dottore taking full advantage of that too. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? She wants to do good, and she's willing to do a couple bad things. And when it's like you look at it, I don't think the Tsaritsa, at least as it stands right now, or any of the other Fatui members, like, you can't understand where they're coming from. Like, the objectives they're doing make sense when you actually take a step back and try to look at it from their shoes. Dottore's, when you try to look at it from his shoes, it's just like, he's doing it for experiments, he doesn't care who gets hurt, his morale is totally fucked up, and you could tell that he's just kind of sticking onto them and just wants to be more powerful at the end of the day. So, the fact that I think Arlecchino now fully sees that, considering the amount of power he just gained, right? And she's like, yo, we can't allow this guy to ride our train anymore. You know what I mean? And, like, she's going to advocate. She's now, technically, the most powerful Harbinger. If Capitano's out, Columbina's out, Dottore is probably not going to be considered a Harbinger after this. So, she's considered the most powerful Harbinger now. And she's going to advocate for, like, yo, we got to get this guy out. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I don't think that it's a side plan of the Tsaritsa, or like a hidden plan of the Tsaritsa to kind of work with Dottore to let all this happen as a trial test. You know what I mean? To take out the heavenly principles. Because if she were to do, let's say she were to do that, and she uses Dottore to take out the heavenly principles, well, she's going to be fucking herself. Because Dottore's going to be like, okay, well, yeah, we took them out. Now I'm the powerful being. Like, no, bro. They don't want that powerful being. They don't want that god, I think is their point. Or maybe they do and they want to be, like, Tsaritsa wants to be that god. But I don't think that's the case. I think Tsaritsa just doesn't want that big god. I think Dottore will fail for this one. What do you mean?
Like I said, hilarious problem for both Celestia and the Tsaritsa. So, you know, let's dole out assignments in the big war. You know, Piero, Arlecchino, you guys are going to fight Renova.
This is absolutely insane. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Is that a Kardashian? Like, it looks like a Kardashian with Arlecchino's just like photoshopped on top of it. Honestly, like for like a really shit Photoshop job, it's a really good shitty Photoshop job. If that makes sense. Like, what the hell? Like, what the hell am I looking at? Oh, I have no idea where I was on the screen, whatever.
Sandrone and the Tsaritsa will take on Istaroth. Childs will run the ones with Rhine-daughter. And then Pantalone is going to pull off the hard...
Dude, why would we do that? Like, we whoop Child's ass enough. Dude, Child... I guess we don't know, right? Because he's off training right now, right? We can assume he's off training.
Will run the ones with Rhine-daughter. And then Pantalone is going to pull off the hard carry miracle upset 1v2 against Asmodee and the Heavenly Principles. Nigga, you could chop off Renova's head, left arm, both legs, remove a kidney, and she still whips this ragtag bunch of fucks from existence with a finger snap solo, because we'll never forget how she described the strongest remaining member.
The Cryo Archon. With her paltry powers, she dares set her gaze on the heavenly principles.
But what happened here? How did it end up like this? How did a group that once seemed so united, so reduce themselves to this? Folks, the answer's quite simple. In this world designed by Fanes, evil never prevails. When you assemble a group of individuals with differing agendas, with clashing egos, hidden grudges, and wildly different definitions of the greater good, unity becomes a temporary costume rather than a permanent truth.
I mean, that's true. That is true.
Here and experiment on children for the greater good, but another won't accept that cost. You have a problem.
Well, that's because, yeah, Dottore was not playing, but, like, they were willing to accept Dottore's moral standing because they knew that he would be able to get shit done. I don't think they expected him to take it this far, though. That's where things fucked up. That's where things fucked up. I don't think they expected him to take it this far to gain moon power. That's where everything went wrong. And that's why she's pissed. That's why she's like, I don't care what the Sarita says. I'm fighting this motherfucker. Nobody's going to stop me. You know what I mean? Like, and everybody else, I mean, he does bring up a point. You bring all these people together with different motives and try to get them all on the same page. You are going to have conflict throughout. And yeah, it's never going to really work out most of the time. But you could say it kind of did, because she did get all the Gnosis, right? And she's accomplishing something, and she's also spreading her message at the same time, which, hey, I mean, I'm sure there's a handful of people who play the game that are like, yeah, fuck the Heavenly Principles, right? Like me. I don't give a fuck about them. I'm with the Fatui in this one. That's why I was so mad going into Nod Krai that we were trying to villainize the Fatui again. Like, yeah, sure, villainize Dottore, but the Fatui organization as a whole, no. And then what happens? They go into Nod Krai, in literally 6.0, we end up, like, talking to the Fatui and hanging out with the Fatui and being friends with them. Like, it's just, there's no point trying to villainize the Fatui anymore.
And regarding the different agendas,
at least the Harbinger organization, you could say that, like, the little grunts on the ground think that, ooh, we're doing this evil thing. Like, they're just grunts. They don't care. That's why we fuck them up every day for the materials. You know what I mean? But, like, the actual core characters, like, we can't villainize them anymore, man.
Take a look at the captain. While once seeming unyielding in his pursuit of the mission,
Loafalta's sacrifice is a great pity. Her loss shall not hinder our progress. But Dottore, what of Scaramouche and the Gnosis from Inazuma?
I mean, folks, he literally just went, yeah, Senor is dead, that sucks, but Dottore, nigga, where's the Gnosis? To all of a sudden, Natlan not giving a flying fuck about the mission, only going after the Gnosis once for the sole purpose of repaying his debt to Natlan to save the nation.
I needed the Gnosis because I came here to save Natlan. That was my primary motive. Once Natlan is saved, if the Gnosis still remained in my possession, I could bring it back to Snezhnaya.
My decision regarding the Gnosis will not change.
Dottore only ever cared about his experiments. Columbina, I suppose, did her thing then left. Pulcinella and Pantalone are some fucking rats, I guarantee it. I can't prove it, but bro, I can tell a conniving little rat when I'm looking at one. Child just joined to get stronger, and
This dude is either, like, super smart, and yeah, he's rich, but he's either, like, super smart and is gonna come out of left field at some point with some crazy plan that nobody's going to see, or he's so fucking stupid that he's just gonna die immediately in some cutscene or something like that. Like, there's one or the other. There is no in between for this guy. You could just kind of tell. You know what I mean? Like, he's just got that appearance to him.
Conniving little.
Like, when I say super plan, I mean, like, Dr. Ratio kind of, like, plan when he kind of gives off that look too, you know, a little Ratio look to him. But yeah, I mean, he's not just gonna be like a boss. He's not just gonna be like you know, have a whole quest dedicated to him. Nah, he's gonna come out of left field or just die.
Rat when I'm looking at one.
That's it.
Child just joined to get stronger, and Arlecchino. I saved her for last because this little soldier highlights best the differences between good and evil, loyalty and, you know, whatever the fuck this is.
All I can say is this. If
What
we
is this
are forced to
audio?
be at odds one day, I will raise my weapon against her without hesitation. Because that is the greatest level of respect
recorded
I
this
am
over
able to
radio.
bestow.
Now let me take you all to what happens when Rhindaughter merely made a hypothetical against the Sky Reaver. What did Nibirius do?
The heavenly principles have yet to awaken. If I were her, I wouldn't pass on that opportunity either.
Oh, we
My
can't
dear
say that.
Rhindaughter,
We can't say that.
You know, I cannot allow you to think that way.
I'm just joking. Just joke.
It was purely hypothetical, Nibirius.
Thank you, Nibirius. Thank you very much. This is loyalty you cannot buy. This is loyalty to the
I don't think that's loyalty. That's not loyalty. They're restricted by rules. They're restricted by rules. They can't. That's why they can't think like that. They're restricted by the rules.
cause. This
That
is
ain't
the
loyalty.
difference between good and evil.
No, that ain't
One
loyalty.
group fraction-
Yo, you're not that dumb. That ain't loyalty, brother. That ain't loyalty.
The moment trust becomes transactional, while the other tightens its grip when the storm hits. One fights for itself
That's cope.
and calls it
He's
strategy.
coping.
The other fights for each other and calls it duty. One demands loyalty and enforces it with fear. The other earns it through sacrifice.
Earns it. What did they earn? What did they earn? What did they actually earn? What did they just spawned. He just spawned them in. They didn't earn shit.
The line you're drawing. The real one. Not strength versus weakness, but convenience versus conviction. When everything is on the line, only one kind of loyalty survives. So when you ask, what went wrong with the Fatui? I answer, nothing. Nothing went wrong. Nothing changed. This collapse wasn't a failure of execution. It was a revelation. This is
just a hit piece against the Fatui, real shit. This is a hit piece. Honestly, they should sue him for defamation at this point. Like, Saritsa should sue him for defamation.
They always were. Dressed up as unity while it was convenient, but the moment loyalty had a price, they checked the receipts and walked away.
Back when you were under the Saritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction.
Differing agendas, borrowed convictions.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers.
This end is not surprising. It was scheduled from the very beginning of the Fatui. Some would even call it fate. From the day the Saritsa recruited these fucking criminals, it was inevitable.
Whoa,
really.
whoa!
When a group was built on self-interest.
Whoa, buddy!
It doesn't follow.
Whoa! Write that down. Tell the lawyers that. Write that one down.
Art, folks.
Criminals?
It just simply finishes becoming itself.
How could he?
By contrast.
Fuck this guy.
The heavenly principles never
are going to
ask
die
for loyalty
because they created these little nepo babies. Next.
It was already
Next.
there, unspoken and unshakable, bound not by contracts or convenience, but by belief. Every shade a willing piece of something larger than themselves. No hesitation.
Really? Where's Asmodee then? Asmodee saw a chance and she ran, buddy. Where's that loyalty, huh?
Side deals, no exit plan. They
Anyone
move
seen
as
Asmodee?
one because they think as one, and when one
Really?
falls, the rest.
They think as one. They think as one, but they have no idea where this bitch went, right? She just gone. She just gone. Where is she? Why didn't she show up for the meeting? But no, They're loyal and they think as one. Next.
Forward without question. This might
move forward without question. They're questioning where Asmodee is. They're questioning their motives. They're questioning when this guy's gonna wake up. They're questioning what the Saritsa's gonna do. What are you talking about next?
Is loyalty that doesn't bend under pressure. It hardens. Call it devotion.
No.
Call it faith.
Just no.
Call it brainwash.
This poor old lady.
Fuck you want. Just don't mistake it for weakness. This is what happens when the cause comes first and everything else comes second. God bless Fanes of the United States of Celestia.
This guy's absolutely unhinged. What is this thumbnail? Wait a minute. Did I just get leaked live? What the fuck is...
You guys want to know...
Did I just get leaked? Did PlayStation leak and then I got leaked via thumbnail? All I know is I hope that thumbnail wasn't true. There's no way the Saritsa arrives next patch, right? He's not wrong about the Fatui, though. I mean, everyone's in it for themselves. That's true. That is true. I'll give him that. But, you know, I think they just united under a common goal while all having their own goals, which is fine. I mean, it's like they're like a not-for-profit organization. They all run their own businesses, but... You know, they come together under this one thing, but at the end of the day, they all want to watch their business grow, their main focus grow, you know? And if they could do this at the same time, why not? So yeah, some have died, some have changed positions, some are off training, some got a little too consumed with power, Dottore. But at the end of the day, I think they're going to achieve their goal. The HP's going down, buddy, whether he likes it or not. We don't really know if that's a leak or not. Well, I hope it's not. I hope it's not, because that's insane. Also, PlayStation's been leaking since '93, buddy. I mean, what are we doing? Why do they leak everything? Like, you can find probably, like, a full book of things they've leaked through advertisements. It's on console like that. Yes, probably we hear her in a story, but not see her. I mean, we could, because Arlecchino did say that, like, she's gonna talk to her and stuff, so there might be, like, a little quick interaction. But to say Saritsa arrives, like, she's just gonna pop up and play a big role in the story, no fucking way. No fucking way, right? There's no way that's gonna happen.
Folks.
Okay. Well, oh shit. Next one. Something is very wrong with Teyvat's history. Okay.
Folks.
Early Teyvat history, Nibelung's return, the problems, heavenly principles. Talking about the heavenly principles and Nibelung, Harbingers come on down, Capitano. Dude. I'm not even... Fuck it. Let's go. Something's wrong with Teyvat's history. What is it?
Something's wrong.
I'll tell you what's wrong with Teyvat's history. These fucking heavenly principles. That's who's wrong with Teyvat's history. Maybe they should have minded their own goddamn business. Maybe they should have gone somewhere else. How about that? How about that?
Folks, something's wrong. Something is very, very wrong with Teyvat's history. So wrong. One has to wonder if something happened off-world involving the heavenly principles and Nibelung, or if Irminsul may have played a role in altering how the history books remember such an event. The event I'm talking about that seems nonsensical is Nibelung and the War of Funerary Flame, more specifically, the bizarre circumstances under which he returned to Teyvat with the Abyss. What do I mean? Well, to start, we need to understand why Nibelung left the world to begin with, and it's quite simple. A voyager from afar visiting Teyvat brought word to Nibelung that Teyvat would succumb to a terrible fate in the future. Quote, I have seen the lightless ends tearing through star clusters like a spindle among silken threads. I have seen how the cold tide of chaos drowns out all songs, so that good and evil alike vanish into silence. And yet, my kind, gentle king, will you still refuse to abandon your people?
The Voyager's a plant, straight up. Think about it. Think about this. If the Voyager never came and said anything, would Nibelung have ever left? Would Nibelung have ever left? Probably not. If Nibelung had never left, would the HP been able to come in and do what he did? Maybe not. So maybe this Voyager is just like a like this Voyager kind of fucked things over, no?
Forsake this world, fated for ruin.
Never thought of it like that until, like, just, you know, going off of the last video and my whole train of thought for that last video. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm just like, yeah, wait, the Voyager's kind of just like, kind of fucked things up.
Beyond the stars.
Kind of set the things into motion.
Had a stroke that changed his personality to that of a reasonable person for about 4 sentences, told the Voyager no. He won't.
He should have stuck to it.
Nor his people. Quote, "O friend from a distant world, I thank you for imparting these truths from beyond the skies, but though in your eyes they may seem ignorant creatures, to me they are the very meaning of this universe. If the tide of oblivion must come, then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm. Bear witness to the path I have chosen, for I shall lead my people onward to the stars." But in lightning speed, Nibelung recovers from the stroke and immediately chooses to abandon his world and its people for some pussy. Quotes, "On the third day, you forged a shuttle of moonlight, and your heart set on the daughter of the stars." Now, while Nibelung was off-worlds, the greatest being in the history of the universe, the Heavenly Principles, would take up residence in Teyvat in order to...
This is what I'm talking about. This is actual blasphemy at this point. Like, actually, he would consider me saying blasphemy at this point. But you know what? Heavenly Principles aren't going to be much more powerful for long, buddy. Okay.
To give humanity a shot at life.
God, I cannot wait to just bomb fucking Celestia. I just literally want to see a giant nuclear... I want to watch. Boop. Pause. White light. 3 seconds go by. 1, 2, 3. Eardrums exploding. That's all I want to see. That's all I want to see.
And a dying.
You know what? I hope before we kill Dottore, he just blows up Celeste. You know what, Dottore? Just go blow that shit up first. Just redeem yourself a little bit before we have to take you out, and just go blow that rock in the sky up.
Universe.
Not the moon. Not the moon. Not the moon. Not the moon. The other one.
And while Nibelung had left, the other sovereigns didn't. So a war ensued, and in 40 years flat, Thanes and the Four Shades took down 7 dragon sovereigns, and in their own words, they knew the meaning of this war.
In war, the victor would inherit the right to shape the world, while the losers must turn into ash.
The worlds would be terraformed, humanity would enter, and everything was
I do love Renova, though.
Bliss.
That is true.
Brother, you had the unified civilization, angels roamed the streets, the heavens made sure everyone was fed, and well, nothing could ruin this utopia, and it seemed like this would go on forever. But
until
then, Nibelung returned, and he returned with the Abyss.
Nibelung returned. Yes.
He did. And thus began the War of Funerary Flame. A battle for dominance between Nibelung and the Heavenly Principles, especially since their creator had returned, bearing the perilous power of the Abyss.
It is kind of interesting, though. I don't think I've ever looked at it from that angle. Like, the Voyager kind of set a lot of bad things into motion, because, yeah, he also comes back with the Abyss, so, like, whether or not he wins versus HP, he's fucked either way, because he brings back the power of the Abyss. So, like, no matter what, the Voyager's predicting that the world's gonna be fucked, and then he's the one who ends up fucking it. By 1, leaving, and 2, coming back with the Abyss. It's true.
This version
This
of
Voyager is
history
not to
on
be
its
trusted.
own isn't problematic. Guy's got a drug problem, brought over crack, that's fine, but it's the reason Nibelung came back with the Abyss that's the problem that doesn't make sense. Now, what was the reason the Dragon King came back to Teyvat with forbidden knowledge?
We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the heavenly principles. The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world, and led us in a fight against the order established by the outsiders.
They all once believed that forbidden knowledge would grant them the power to defeat the heavenly principles, so that's why Nibelung sought the power of the Abyss? But Nibelung never fought against the heavenly principles. From Nibelung's perspective, he shouldn't have even known Teyvat had been taken over, or that the other sovereigns lost the war. He wasn't on worlds, he was in the Sea of Stars, yet he happened to grab the one thing that all the sovereigns thought would give them the edge to defeat the heavenly principles, but how could he have known?
Wait, what?
Did he have a...
Wait, hold on. What? What does he say here? Like, I'm kind of following, but...
Nibelung never fought against the...
Us in a fight against the order.
The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world and led us in a fight against the order established by the outsiders.
Reason the Dragon King came back to Teyvat with forbidden knowledge.
I didn't think he intentionally came. Is it...
Perilous battle for dominance between Nibelung and the heavenly principles, especially since their creator had returned, bearing the perilous power of the Abyss.
This version of history on its own isn't problematic. Guy's got a drug problem, brought over crack, that's fine, but it's the reason Nibelung came back with the Abyss that's the problem that doesn't make sense. Now, what was the reason the Dragon King came back to Teyvat with forbidden knowledge?
We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the heavenly principles. The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world, and led us in a fight against the order established by the outsiders.
They all once believed that forbidden knowledge would grant them the power to defeat the heavenly principles, so that's why Nibelung sought the power of the Abyss? But Nibelung never fought against the heavenly principles. From Nibelung's perspective, he shouldn't have even known Teyvat had been taken over, or that the other sovereigns lost the war. He wasn't on worlds, he was in the Sea of Stars, yet he happened to grab the one thing that all the sovereigns thought would give them the edge to defeat the heavenly principle.
See, I thought it just kind of stuck to him. Like a cyst or something, like a parasite. And he just kind of brought it back. And then they're like, oh, you also brought this back. And he was like, oh, it must have slipped into my shopping cart. Whoops. And then they're like, oh, but wait, we can actually use this to defeat this guy. But it still didn't work. Like, I didn't take it, like... And I don't think that makes sense. Like, I don't think he went out intentionally looking for this abyssal power, right? Like, he might have gone out looking for power, but I don't think he, like, knew it was going to be this abyssal power. The only principal showed up while Nibelung was gone, so how would they know it was needed to beat the HP? I don't think he, like... Heavenly Principle showed up while Nibelung was gone. I'm assuming like they brought it, or he brought it back. Once he got back, they're like, hey, you can use this to possibly defeat him because it's super powerful shit that you got. Or it just, maybe it like disguised itself as like just a way to, you know, maybe it's different when we're off world, you know what I mean? Maybe it's like, it shows itself in a different form. It disguises itself. But then when it's in Teyvat, it turns into a dark, nasty substance. But he brought it back as like ooh, check out this powerful, neat little thing I got. That'll make all of us really strong. But then it turns out to be like laced with fentanyl when it's on Teyvat. You know what I mean? And then it just fucks everything up.
But how could he have known? Did he have a line of communication with Teyvat? And even if he did like a phone call, it would have had to been nothing short of... This is how the phone call would have had to gone for this to make sense. Nibelung, bro. You gotta come back. There's this nigga, dope ass, cool ass, scary ass looking nigga, crown, wings, big ass sword. He hailing from beyond the stars. I think he might be a progenitor god, maybe some kind of primordial one. Nigga, we getting stopped. Quit booty chasing, bro. We gonna lose the world. This sounds serious. An outsider taking over the world versus 7 elemental dragon kings. Must be a god of some kind leading an invasion army. I gotta come back prepared. Tell me, how big is his forces? How big is his... Oh, you're asking how many he pulled up with? Nah, bro, it's just him.
It's just him.
but he did do some Naruto shit at the start of the war and made shadow clones of himself, herself. Can't really tell. Oh, my God. I'd be thinking we were a bunch of frauds getting clapped with number advantage. So how many people did he split himself into? 1,000? 2,000?
4.
4. 4,000?
No, just 4.
4. So y'all losing? Yeah, we losing it. We losing to 7v5.
It happens.
With home court, yeah, but that's why we reached out to you, King. You gotta come back with something strong, man. Bazooka, nuke. What you thinking, dog? Bazooka, nuke, yeah. Hey, look, Earth Dragon on the phone. Yeah, she right here. Crack. We need crack, please. But even if Nibelung had eyes,
but like. He could have just gone out looking for more power. It didn't necessarily, like, he kind of went out looking for power because the Voyager told him that the world was going to be fucked up. So if he just went out looking for something powerful, he didn't know that this thing would, like, be what it was. That's also just a Pep's perspective, too. She hates humanity, gods, and HP in general. She wouldn't mind using forbidden knowledge until Deshret gave her a tummy ache. But, like, even her saying this could have been after he comes back with this power. We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the This doesn't necessarily say that this is before Nibelung went off planet. Or, like, this isn't saying that this isn't when Nibelung got back. Like, we're assuming Nibelung came... I feel like this is assuming Nibelung came back in, and then as he's coming down, before he's coming down, he's on fire into the planet, just hit the atmosphere, all of a sudden Heavenly Principles comes and bongs him from the fucking side. Like, the fight probably didn't immediately happen. We know the fight didn't immediately happen. There was enough time for Nibelung to get down, go to his little palace, chill out a little bit. Where are the moons at? Oh, they're on the other side. Oh, well, lock them the fuck up, okay? Lock them the fuck up. And make them weapons. Like, he had enough time to come back, regain his shit together, chill out, talk to some people, imprison the moons. Like, there was a time period there they weren't fighting. They weren't fighting. So, if there's a time period where he comes into the planet and he's not fighting, this could still mean that he's in court with all the other dragons, and then they're talking about the power that he brought back. Oh, hey, that power you brought back should be used to defeat the Heavenly Principles. Like, that still lines up with what she's saying.
Believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the Heavenly Principles.
She's not saying they had this conversation before he left Teyvat.
The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world and led us in a fight against the order established.
Yeah, like he went out looking for power. This is just the power that he had already brought back. And then they sat down, had the conversation, and were like, hey, let's use this to defeat these guys. On top of these moons. They couldn't defeat them with the moons and this power. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't... Yeah. These guys... Yeah, but it does sound like that, but he's making it sound like it doesn't line up there. But hold on, let's finish. Let's see what else he
says.
says.
Traveling and knew the dragons didn't stand a chance against the heavenly principles without forbidden knowledge, one has to ask.
Wait, hold on. Was this where I was?
Bazooka.
Yeah.
Hey, look, hey, Earth Dragon on the phone? Yeah, she right here. Crack! Crack, please! But even if Nibelung had eyes or ears on Teyvat while he was traveling and knew the dragons didn't stand a chance against the heavenly principles without forbidden knowledge, one has to ask, why did it take him so long to return then? Nibelung left. Sometime later, the heavenly principles arrived, and then fought the sovereigns for 40 years, and then for the next 400 years, terraformed the world, and then the unified civilization existed for another couple hundred years at least. What is going on here? I mean, but even if he did have eyes and ears, surely he would have just came back the moment the first war happened. You know, just to, 8v5, let's go, boys. Did it take 1,000 years for a brother to get some crack? I swear to God, if you give me 30 minutes right now, in the middle of this recording, I'll come back with some fent-lace crack right now.
See, there it is.
15 if I sprint, but if long-form communication is out, then how? How could Nibelung have been aware of the need to grab
he wasn't.
Power to
I don't think he was.
Principles?
He wasn't.
Something happened.
He just went out looking for power, and that just so happens to be what he brought back.
Well,
that's easy. That's simple.
Because let's not forget.
Or am I
he left
tweaking?
To go after the daughter of the stars and returned enraged and bearing the power of the abyss. But what happened? Well, again, according to Hymns of the Far North, while simply traveling through the stars, I guess he just slipped into the abyss. Quote, yet in your recklessness you wandered into a fog-drenched swamp, and the forge of light was quenched. I don't know, officer. I must have slipped this...
Wasn't it said that, like, space is, being consumed by the abyss, and Teyvat is like a refuge, which is why the HP ended up here in the first place? Right? Here's my question, Enkanomiya, is that before or after Hyperborea? Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to look that one up. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look that one up.
Crack cocaine into my pocket. Yeah.
I think after. Off the top of my head, that sounds like after, but I'd have to look it up to confirm.
Yeah, very believable. Folks, ever wonder how the heavenly principles chose Teyvat? Wonder if it was just a coincidence or pure luck they managed to pick a world whose leader was on sabbatical? Folks, maybe what I'm about to say is going to...
Wait. The Voyager was a plant!
Good. What if there was a way the heavenly principles could have been made aware of Teyvat's presence, the opportune moment to strike, and at the same time for Nibelung to be aware he needed the abyss to level up himself for a future fight? Folks, what I'm suggesting is the heavenly principles crossed paths with Nibelung while they were both traversing the Sea of Stars, and something happened. Something that resulted in the heavenly principles being made aware of Teyvat, and Nibelung realizing he needs the abyss to return to Teyvat. Perhaps an altercation, perhaps not, but something.
I don't think that's necessary.
Happened.
I don't know.
What's my source for this? Just vibes, bro. But it would check the boxes, well, except for why it took Nibelung so long to return. No matter what, I cannot wrap my head around how Nibelung could have possibly
I don't think he knew anything.
To fight the heavenly principles, but it took him so long. Like, let's say he knew. Let's say he had eyes.
I don't think he had to know. He didn't have to know anything. That's why it took him so long to come back. He's just venturing. He's just venturing to upgrade his people. The same way you could say that Sertologi's just out there right now, looking for people to fight to get more powerful and more powerful. And then, like, maybe one day he'll come back and hang out. But that's all Nibelung's doing. But he just so happens to get fucking caught up in the abyssal power. Like, he even just saw it right there. He even just read it out. You ended up in the fog. You ended up in the fog. In your recklessness, you wandered into a fog-drenched swamp, and the forge of light was quenched. Exactly. He's out wandering. He fell into, even if we just want to say you fell into this fog-drenched swamp, and that's how you got abyssal power. Like it says right here. Like he just happened to get it. He just happened to get it. He didn't go out looking for it. That just happens to be what he got. Right? Like, I don't understand why this is... Why he's thinking that he went out in search of this. I don't think he went out in search of it. That implies HP, yeah, enabling back to Teyvat despite not knowing exact location. Yeah, exactly. Like, oh yeah, hey dude. Yeah, they met each other. Hey dude, what's up? Yeah, hey. Oh yeah, I live at this planet. You know, I got my people there, my dragons there. You know, my seven sovereigns. You know, they're just hanging out. I'm out here looking for some more power. Yeah, if you want to stop by on your way to wherever you're going, it's located in this star system, and it's the third planet rotating around the sun. Yeah, stop in, say what's up. Don't do anything crazy. Like, fuck off. The fuck are we talking about?
To return to Teyvats. Perhaps an altercation, perhaps not, but something happened.
No, this is cap.
What's my source for this? Just vibes, bro. But it would check the boxes, well, except for why it took Nibelung so long to return. No matter what, I cannot wrap my head around how Nibelung could have possibly acquired the Abyss to fight the
It just happened.
But it took him
it
so
just
long.
happened.
Let's say he knew. Let's say he had eyes and ears on Teyvat. Why did it take him so long to return to Teyvat? And again, how do you find out? Again, if Nibelung had like a camera and saw everything go down the moment it happened, it didn't occur to this nigga to jump in during the first war to make it an 8v5?
No!
Did he just watch the whole time?
Because they had no idea.
Surely these niggas won't sell out the motherfucking ass, bro. It just doesn't make sense to me, but, you know. Maybe it's all just a happy accident, and Nibelung brought over some crack, for the vibes.
Yes!
Party, and it just so happened to be the one thing that
yes!
the dragons wanted.
Exactly!
To defeat the Heavenly Principles.
Exactly!
That's a possibility, too, but...
That's it!
It's one of many possibilities, and even then, it still doesn't
one of
sound
many.
right, which is why something is very wrong with Teyvat's history.
No! That's exactly what happened. I miss you. What? I don't even know you, man. Phone call. History is written by the victors. Phone call. Phone call. I straight up believe Apep was spouting out nonsense by telling Nibelung brought the Abyss to fight HP. Girl thought Abyss would grant them victory even after Nibelung's fall. Meanwhile, Ziaquatl considered Abyss to be an even greater threat compared to the HP and tried his best to eradicate it. Okay, I feel like I didn't get the full Apep conversation, and I'm not understanding how we ended up at this conclusion. And it's been a while since I've seen it, so... You know what?
We won't be able to see anything if we keep going that way. We won't be able to see. Please, no, Nahida!
For protecting me.
Where the fuck is it?
I said that your form didn't matter, right?
Knowledge.
You fungi said
to elemental power and released. They are no longer accompanied me for countless eras. They did their one. There's
different. We'll never understand it, and it will never be healthy again as long as your health
power returned to a feeling that has long eluded.
Amplifying your hatred and rage.
Yes, there's no denying that. Although my hatred for that usurper from beyond the heavens still stirs deep within me. Destroying you and your people serves me no purpose. Still stands, and you inevitably perish due to your ever-expanding curiosity.
Respect your decision. Before you begin resting, become affected by forbidden knowledge.
It's a long story. We all once believed in the distant past that only forbidden knowledge could give us enough power to defeat the heavenly principles. The Dragon King acquired the power of darkness from outside of this world, and led us in a fight against the order established by the outsiders.
Okay.
Dragon King?
An unimaginable war took place in Teyvat, causing destruction on an unprecedented scale. The world itself was on the verge of collapse. In war, The victor would inherit the right to shape the world, while the losers must turn into ash.
Yeah, no, she doesn't say anything else. No, I think it's still...
But I didn't give up on searching for a way to turn the tides, even after the death of the Dragon King.
Yeah, it's not... I don't think this is implying that they had the conversation before Buddy arrived. Straight up. It is funny seeing it now because I just feel like... like, knowing everything we know now, I feel like a Pep would not have referred to the power as, like, forbidden knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she would have referred to it as different. Something different. Based on the timeline. You know, but I feel like they use forbidden knowledge here because of, obviously, the Sumeru. What happened in Sumeru. And everything leading up to this point. But either way, I don't think this isn't implying that they had the conversation before Nibelung left Teyvat. Straight up. Trying to understand how before Sun and Moon fits into all of this. The Lord of the Night said that the HP created 7 elements. Are there 7? That's a totally different. That's a totally different conversation to be had. HP created 7 elements. Are there 7 elemental sovereigns then? I mean, sovereigns were before anything. Sovereigns were always here. Yeah, so, I don't even think it's her spouting nonsense. I just think, yeah, the best explanation is that Nibelung simply fell into the abyss in this recklessness, like the hymn suggests, returned to Teyvat after his mind was corrupted, and Arpent's dumbass thought he brought forbidden knowledge to fight the heavenly principles. I mean, I don't even think that. I just think that, like I said, he had time to come back, sit down, imprison Moons, probably have a conversation with everybody. He's like, hey, buddy, I got this shit, you know, I brought this shit back with me. What do you guys think about using this to win? Hey, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's try to use that to win. All right, you guys might get a little fucked up in the head, though, if we use it. That's fine. Whatever we got to do to win. Okay, cool. Let's use it. Boom. They all use it and still lose. GG. This is my take, too. There's other sources outside of her that state that he left because he feared the eventual destruction that the Voyager warned about. Right. So he went to go look for a way to stop it, which would mean he brought back the Abyss to fight the Abyss. Nah, he ended up almost causing the calamity the Voyager warned him about. That's literally what I said at the beginning of the video. No, he did. He didn't almost cause it. He did cause it. He caused the Voyager set this whole thing into motion, realistically. Like, think about it. If the Voyager didn't come, bro, he probably wouldn't have left. Now, that's not to say that they still wouldn't have lost once HP showed up, but they may have been totally unprepared by the time HP showed up, while Nibelung may have, like, you know, held them in place a little bit more, maintain order. We don't really know what happened after he left. Like, they could have just gotten, you know, relaxed, chill. They could have just been, like, carefree. Ah, boss is gone, guys. Let's not do anything now. Yeah, let's all have drinks during work hours. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then, boom, attacked. Meanwhile, if Nibelung was there, oh, shit, guys, boss is here. We got to be on our A game. Make sure that, we, you know, defense is up, secured. Why does Abyss power corrupt some people, but others it doesn't? Like, Skirk is abyssal, but she's fine, but yet it fucks up other people? That's a good question. Because, I mean, we're able to just sit there and also consume abyssal power out of people and not really get fucked up. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't think we know the answer to that. So, yeah, that's, honestly, I think, and I think everyone loves Dawit's videos at this point. If you know about him, you love his videos. But I think in this situation, I think he just interpreted the timeline wrong. I think his assumption that they had the conversation before he left led to this entire video. And that's just not the case. But that's all right. Hey, look. Hey, that's all right. Okay, last one of Dawit's. Now we get to see what happened to Dainsleif. Yeah, that's a question. What did happen to Dainsleif? Because he just kind of dipped out after Luna 2, yeah? What the hell? What happened
Folks,
to
something's
Dainsleif?
wrong. We need to ask ourselves, what's happened to the man we once knew as Dainsleif? What do I mean? Close your eyes and imagine yourselves in the jungle, where the trees close like ribs and the earth remembers every sin spilled upon it. You are there to hunt the most dangerous thing, a colossus of flesh,
big lion,
7 feet tall, swollen with hunger. It's a cannibal that rejected the laws of society and crowned itself king of its own cruelty, killing many. It eats mothers. It eats names. And yet, you do not hunt this beast alone. At your side walks one who knows this beast far better than you ever could, for this monster was once this man's father who devoured his mother. He swore an oath beneath indifferent stars that he would end this beast once and for all. He made vengeance his breath, and so complete was this oath that you would not have known the beast existed had he not told you about it. Many moons pass, and eventually your hunt bears fruit. You find the thing at last, bodies hanging from its neck, its mouth wet, blood clinging from it. Your spine tightens, your hands remember how to kill. You raise your weapon, your heart beating with the drumbeat of survival. You turn to your companion, hoping there
We're not with the gun. Don't aim at your friends with guns. Oh, wait, what?
Your partner does not see a monster. They see a past. They see what was and not what stands before them now. He hesitates, and the beast smells it. In a blink, the cannibal surges forward. Bones snap, necks break. You're both dead. So hear this, my people. When you are trapped in the foxhole of war, staring into the faces of beasts, human or otherwise, you must choose who stands beside you with care bordering on paranoia. You need those with absolute conviction, those who do not tremble when the past begs for mercy, those who, even when cursed to lose their memories, will remember the names of traitors carved into their souls who've wronged them and their nation.
There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. There were 5 of them, the 5 sinners of Khanria. The wise Roptatir, the visionary Vedderfolnir, Gold Rhindaughter, the foul Sertologi, and Rehir of Solnari, Rerir. No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Those who will slay their former teacher 100 times over as penance without flinching, without nostalgia, and without apology.
俺を欺いた報いに、もう100度死ぬ覚悟はあるんだろうな。
Oh, is this when they weren't voiced? TBT.
What you must never allow at your side is someone who can do all of this and still hesitate when the moment demands blood.
So, do you plan to fight him with us? You see, you're torn.
This change in attitude in old Dainsleif has always struck me as odd.
That's
How did
true.
Dane go from someone who swore vengeance? I mean, this guy, his memory is going, but he himself said he will never forget the names of the sinners and will have his vengeance. I mean, hell, look at his attitude when he first met Skirk. And Skirk's thoughts on the encounter.
At one time, he was Master's rival. At another, they were best friends, apparently. I had hoped he might give me some more information about Master. But the moment he recognized my style of blade work, he got very agitated and demanded to know Master's whereabouts. I don't want to deal with him. Hopefully I don't run into him again anytime soon.
Agitated. Why did this Dainsleif fade away when actually confronted with a sinner for the first time since the Cataclysm? The answer most certainly would appear to be Rerir is different. Dane himself told us, unlike the other four, he never knew what happened to Rerir that caused him to change so rapidly.
Of the five, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night? How did he come to fall like the others?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea what actually happened?
That's right.
And when he came to learn of Rerir's past thanks to Nefer, suddenly his vengeance bore a consciousness that caused him to hesitate when confronted with the question of if he'd fight Rerir. Not even kill or permanently stop some other way, but just...
Because he wasn't a bad guy. Dude, I remember I was playing through the quest, Luna 3. Somebody was bringing up Rerir, and I was like, bro, he wasn't actually a bad guy. He did shit that was ordered of him, and you could see his deterioration throughout the quest. Not deterioration. Deterioration is the wrong word. His conscience kind of take him over throughout that entire Luna 2 quest of just like, hey, buddy, you know, this is getting worse and worse. These kids are getting younger and younger. You could see him kind of start to feel that, you know? So he wasn't he wasn't the worst guy. He just did what was told of him. And yeah, you could say that's pretty bad, but I don't believe his core, his heart was bad, you know? Which is why I say he's still redeemable too. I say he's still redeemable.
Fights, a being made entirely of abyssal...
Or at least there's the one thing he can do for redemption. And that one thing he can do for redemption is help Columbina. Well, however that is.
Permanently stop some other way, but just fights, a being made entirely of abyssal energy whose very existence caused the wild hunt to exist, which has claimed the lives of many.
So, do you plan to fight him with us?
Obviously, now he gives off.
You see, you're torn.
But he's corrupted now.
Now you know what really happened. You see the things he's done in a new light.
I need some time.
Of course. I completely understand. Anyone else in your position would feel conflicted too.
Slow roll. I don't know about all that. I think even a simpleton can understand a tragic past may explain how a monster was born, but it does not change what that monster chose to become. Suffering is common, mass murder is not.
Dude,
and in Rerir's case, the
stop
appeal
it.
to tragedy, it feels especially hollow to me. Rerir was never a good man who simply fell from grace. Even before becoming a sinner, he was an assassin who carried out a genocide at the king's command, and funnily enough, Dainsleif never...
What's the alternative? Bro, the whole point of the quest was to make you see that he was fighting himself the entire time as the ages got younger and younger. I'm not saying what he did was good, and yeah, he should probably rot for it. You know what I mean? I'm not totally like saying what he did is good. A lot of people probably would have walked away, but like in his eyes, he was doing like what he thought was good, but like his inner being was telling him, no, this isn't. Like there was still that sense of kind of, he had a moral dilemma in his head to fight against that. He did eventually get to a point where he just stopped kind of crossing them off, right? He stopped doing it completely? I believe so, right? Or no, it was when the Lindis popped up, right? Yeah, that's what brought him to the realization, like, ah, fuck. I mean, I get it. He's not the best guy, but
confronts this aspect of Rerir's past, not because it's irrelevant, but because doing so would force Dane to confront his own complicity, or, you know, maybe he just doesn't care, bro, because Dane was a member of the Royal Guard, and Dainsleif knew the true nature of Rerir's work, and allowed it to happen. Hell, the motherfucker sounded horny by it.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I have no idea how she'll...
Look, yeah, he's doing it like they had implanted in their heads from a young age that these people are out to like kill you, are out to ruin you, are out to completely wipe you off the map, but right now you have the power to make sure they don't exist and to wipe them off the map. He's doing what he believes is in his nation's best interest as far as self-preservation. Sure, partially brainwash, but point is, you see him fight himself on it once the ages get younger and younger, because it's like, well, how can this 5-year-old possibly want to wipe me off the map? Why are we wiping these people out instead of teaching them not to do it? Oh, it's just because their blood's bad? Okay, I'll cross off a couple 5-year-olds, but 4-year-old, no. Like I'm saying, he's not completely innocent, but you can kind of see the train of thought, is my point.
Take it.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now.
My main problem with Dainsleif's hesitation is that he begins valuing motives over outcomes. Rarir's reasons, however tragic, do not undo the thousands of deaths he's responsible for. Worse still, who Rarir was no longer even matters. In the modern day, he's not a human anymore. He's this immortal, undying, abyssal entity whose very existence endangers everything around him, a fact Dainsleif understands better than most given his extensive knowledge of the Abyss.
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was torn apart. But the Abyss, much like a curse, has kept him alive.
I could not agree more. The power of the Abyss is most surely a curse.
Yet the moment Dainsleif learns that Rarir's actions were motivated by love, his empathy, I guess, temporarily overrode his judgment. The seeming tragedy of Rarir's intent in his eyes began to eclipse the reality of his consequences, and Dain's compassion becomes selective. Folks, a sad past may evoke pity, but it cannot be allowed to function as absolute.
Because the point is, you can't look at what he's doing as he's thinking it's bad. Like, he's just going to work every day and doing his job. Like, in his head, he's not doing anything bad. He's doing it for self-preservation. Like, at his core, he believes it's what's good. It's the current landscape. It's the current political landscape. The majority of the people believe in it. He's doing his normal job. We can look at it in hindsight in the future and realize, oh, it's bad. But in the current political landscape, he's going to work, doing his job. He's not a bad guy, right? That's just the reality of the situation. I mean, you can compare it to slavery. We can look at it in hindsight and know that it's bad. But in the current or in the political landscape of like the 1700s and the early 1800s, like that was the norm. People got behind it. They're going to work and doing their job every day. You know what I mean? Like, it's just how things happen. So like, he's going to work doing his job and he can have a certain mindset about it, but it's not like that makes him a bad person at his core. That's just the political landscape. And honestly, when it comes to political landscapes, we all know that the majority leads it. Like, no matter what it is, whatever the biggest interest is in the world at any given time is just, you know, that's what it is. And that's what law is. And that's what, you know, people believe. As time evolves, things change. Our current political landscape right now is way different, but I guarantee there's going to be things in our current political landscape that we'll look back at and be like, oh, that's fucking crazy, right? Like, wow, I can't believe they ever did that. Holy shit, that's so bad. But you could be going to work right now, like AI. Take AI, for example. Motherfuckers could be going to work right now. OpenAI, they could all be going to work right now. They're just, you know, OpenAI, yep, setting up the chat bots, everything like that. Oh, this AI bot doesn't work that good? Nuke it, kill that AI bot. Yep, nuke that AI bot. Okay, yep, nuke that AI bot. Fuck it. 100 years down the line, when AI actually takes over, they'll be like, yep, well, all those people who were involved in it and all their bloodlines, start killing them. They have blood in their veins that's going to make them take out the AI. Fucking kill them. Like, things are going to change constantly. But right now, he's just going to work, doing his job.
For Dain to hesitate here is some bullshit. It's valuing the feelings of a monster over the lives that monsters erased. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Now, in the end, did Dain help? Yes, but man, how many times are we going to run this race? What happens when we confront the wise, Raptatir, or the foul, Sertologi, and, you know, they reveal some
I'm not watching
bullshit
early access
Dainsleif never knew
Columbina
about
video.
that frames their descent into chaos in a new light, will Dainsleif again hesitates. Well, again, Dane said Rare Rear was different, making it sound like this was a one-off. I don't believe him. Straight up, I don't believe him, bro. Can't trust a Conrad.
I mean, that's fair.
No. If Dane can hesitate now when the threat of Rare Rear was undeniable, the whole of Nod Krai, if not Teyvat, in danger, I've no reason to believe he wouldn't hesitate again in the future.
Yeah.
Dainsleif...
I mean, it's true. Current Rare Rear was kind of fucked up for him not to help. You could argue that he could see the humanity in him after realizing how, like, Rare Rear's past and everything like that. Because, and my point is, if Dane was a real supporter of what, you know, Rare Rear's daily job was, then, like, he didn't look at Rare Rear definitely as a bad person then. The same way we could now, 500 years into the future, realizing what Rare Rear was doing was pretty bad. You know, but Dane doesn't look at him like that. Dane's basically like a slave owner in current times. You know, he's like, oh yeah, that's not that bad, because his current political landscape lined up with Rare Rear's. And if that was the believable political landscape at the time, then Dane's like, oh yeah, that's not that bad what he did. He's just doing this out of love. He's just doing this out of love. So everything that we consider Rare Rear doing as bad, Dane doesn't consider it bad at all. You can assume. But doesn't make sense why he wouldn't consider it bad now, like that he's a fucking abyssal monster taking shit over.
Against the sinners is no longer a safeguard, folks. It's just a variable. And if Dane's justice depends on whether the villain's past is sympathetic enough, then Dane has no justice at all and no reason to speak of vengeance.
That's fair. What is this? 1 hour ago? That's fair. Laughing Man. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, yeah. I am subscribed to him. He doesn't release too often, huh? Or at least not that I've seen. Well, that's good. Fucking trifecta from Dawit today. Holy shit. Those were good. And why? Because I already saw Columbina opening her eyes, okay? I don't want to give more weight to myself. I told you, I want to play when it releases. Early access is still the people in beta. Now, if Genshin makes an official video of Columbina, if there's an official Genshin Impact video, sure. But I don't want to watch someone who got early access show me everything Columbina does. Why? I want to experience it for myself, brother. I don't want somebody else to show me how to play Columbina. I just want to play Columbina. That's it. Straight up. That's it. I don't need somebody else to show me her opening her eyes. I don't need someone else to slow down her ult. I want everything else. I want everything I see to be like natural in the moment. I just find it hard to believe that the captain of the Royal Guard wasn't aware of the genocide. He had to have known. Oh, no, he knew. I'm not saying he didn't know. He knew. I'm just saying in that political landscape, it wasn't like bad. Like it was the agreeable thing that they're doing what they were doing out of self-preservation. So when Dane looks at it, and even knowing Rare Rear's past, he looks at it and he's like, oh yeah, that's not that bad, because he knew what he was doing. Like they knew that they were doing it out of self-preservation. I'm not saying it's bad, or I'm not saying it's good, but I'm just saying Dane looks at it. He's like, oh yeah, no, that's I don't care about that. Like he doesn't care it doesn't even matter whether he believes it's good or bad. He just doesn't care. No, there's no way he was unaware of what was going on. No way he was unaware of what was going on. But I said it's literally compare it to like if a slave owner was in today's time, right? And then he learns of another, like, I'm trying to make this make sense, but it's kind of hard to when you're talking about fantasy. But whatever. So a slave owner in today's time, the captain of the slave owners in today's time might look at a slave owner as, Oh yeah, no, that's not bad, because that was a political landscape back then. But all of us nowadays who didn't live in that time are like, oh no, that's fucking horrible. That's terrible. But if like the captain of those slave owners were to be in this time, he would look at that slave owner's past like, oh yeah, no, that's not bad. That's normal. That's all. That's why it's like he looks at Rhaenyra and it's like, oh yeah, he's a sinner, which I thought was bad, but really this guy just got dragged into being a sinner. Like all the other stuff that we're looking at is bad, like the whole genocide and all that shit. Like while we're saying it's bad to him, he just overlooks it because that doesn't matter to him. Oh, but it's also something I still think it's also a point of that entire quest to show that Rhaenyra is also realizing that what he's doing is bad. Because you see him, his conscience taking over when the kids get younger and younger. You know, like he's realizing, oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Slowly, and while it's like he already did it, the damage is done. You can see that his like inner being was trying to tell him like, hey, buddy, this isn't good. And I think it was an important part that they showed that in the quest because it showed why Dane could believe that, you know, he was actually a good person. Oh, but that's that. That is that. Okay, I had. All right, what did we say earlier? I had. Let's see. Somebody told me about ShadowXImpact. I don't know which one to watch first. I kind of don't want to watch both of these because they're kind of long. I don't know which one would be better. The Four Moonseeker plan to defeat the Heavenly Principles? That sounds kind of interesting. Teyvat's Chronicle, can we figure it all together? I don't figure what out. Hold on, let me skim through this.
First of all, Happy New Year! Nations, where did Nibelung live?
Conjecture.
Nibelung, the
more
his planet,
Nibelung?
would eventually be destroyed and Asger might which verge their powers
Soul
into
Voyager,
one
Descender,
body,
Third
but they
Descender.
failed, probably
Yeah, no,
because
I'm
of
not
the
gonna watch
Earth
this
as a
one.
moon.
I think I
As-
have enough history of Teyvat in my head right now that I don't want to do that. I want to focus on more recent events. So if anything, I'm gonna try to watch this, the Four Moonseeker plan to defeat the Heavenly Principles. I mean, I don't exactly know where this video is going to lead, but today we're talking about what Alice and Nicole told us and also what might have happened during the War of Funerary Flame, so the Moon's plan to defeat the Heavenly Principles. I'll be giving you some homework to do. All right, look, buddy. Look. I'm not doing no fucking homework. I am not doing no motherfucking homework, I'll tell you that. I didn't even do homework in school. You think I'm going to do homework on a YouTube video? We'll be checking out whether the theory about the primordial one being the Heavenly Principles actually works. Okay. We'll try this one. I never watched a video from them. Him? Her? It sounded like there were two people in the beginning of the video when it started on that other one. So maybe it's multiple people. I have no idea. But okay, hold on. I gotta pee first and then we'll watch it. Hey, I want some music? Hold on. Music. Enjoy Columbina. Ooh! Alright. Here we go. Everyone got your Cheez-Its? Cheez-Its, popcorn, avocado toast, ham and cheese sandwich, taco, quesadilla, Snickers bar, Hershey bar, Kit Kat bar. I don't care. Whatever floats your boat. The Four Moons secret plan to defeat the Heavenly Principles.
Since Nod Krai was released, the quests are becoming easier and easier to understand, which is basically what a lot of people wanted from the game. But on the other side, there isn't really much left for interpretation. We are given almost everything we need to know right on the spot, and that's it. So the amount of things to theorize has dropped.
Off rip, I have to disagree. Respectfully, I have to disagree. I feel like I have more questions now than ever. Are we serious?
Drastically decreased. Still, there are a few things that have been left hanging for future updates, and you can count them on the fingers of the hand of a character from The Simpsons, and that's what we're gonna talk about today. But first, this is a theory video, and leaks are prohibited in the comment section. I will use information available in the game, but my theories and conclusions are not to be considered the official lore of the game, unless I got something right and it's confirmed in a later update of the game itself. Today's video will
What was
also
never
be
hard to
slightly
understand.
different. I'll use a different method to talk about things, because we will have to talk about what Alice and Nicole.
I don't think necessarily hard to understand. It's more so if you don't read all the books along with certain world quests, like you're not going to get all the answers from the Archon quest. That's the whole point of Nod Krai, is if you only play the Archon quest and only pay attention to the Archon quests, well, a lot of things like won't make sense as you continue going forward. Because a lot of the Archon quests, they do end up incorporating certain world quest elements into it. So it's like people who play and don't like pay attention to those other side quests are like, oh, what the fuck are they talking about here? But if you actually did the world quest, it makes a little bit more sense. That's why Nod Krai has got all the, like, a lot of the shit tied into the Archon quest now. Like, they're not leaving a lot of the stuff in the world quests. It's just all Archon quests. I mean, even your character stories now are in the Archon quest, kind of.
Told us, so things
And there's
I've
a lot
talked
to
about
speculate.
over and over again recently. I'll borrow the Luna-free concept of homework to ask you some uncomfortable but necessary questions that you will have to answer with pure honesty and without preconceptions for yourselves first, and then, if you want, you can post them in the comment section. I want to highlight the fact that you should be doing this for yourselves, not for me to know what you think. Because if you were to end up with a different answer from the one you would have expected to give, you can just keep it to yourself. I'm not gonna force you to acknowledge something you don't want to say out loud. Anyway, after the longest intro I've ever done, grab your marrow and let's get this video started. Let's start by talking about Alice and Nicole, because we need to talk about them and then what they said about Teyvat. As for Alice, first of all, I'm fully aware that most of you believe she's not from Teyvat because of what she said, but that's not what she meant.
That is what she meant.
Let's hear what she said.
My main reason for coming on this trip to Teyvat was, of course...
You will never convince me that she's not from Teyvat.
I do technically have a job to do as well, namely, maintaining the stability of Teyvat's borders.
Go ahead.
Okay, what she
Convince
actually
me, brother.
said is that this specific trip to Teyvat, so the reason why she's here right now, is to have fun and because she has a job to do, that is maintaining Teyvat's border, which in this case forced her to come to Teyvat because the Traveler, Arlecchino and Columbina caused the trilunar syzygy, even though we later found out that it was Dottore who was causing trouble. To make things even clearer, remember the fact that 98%...
Well, it's still both. Like, trilunar syzygy is still a thing. Even though Dottore was also doing something, like, we still did cause that. I mean, it's not just, like, the trilunar syzygy is what created more of the phantoms, which is what he ended up taking advantage of, if I understood the quest correctly. So it's like, both things can be true.
of the people living in Teyvat has no idea that the light and void realms even exist. So when people say Teyvat, what they mean is the human realm. If we add the fact that Alice needs to go back to Teyvat's borders as soon as she can, what she said was, I came from Teyvat's borders to the human realm today in order to have fun and find a solution to the problem I'm having with the border. She's not from beyond Teyvat. I still think she's Eris, aka Arisu from Enkanomiya, but she just has to spend most of her time at its border for reasons we haven't been told yet. We only know that one of her tasks is to clean the messes Rhine-daughter made in the world, but we don't know who gave her that job to begin with.
Bro, the fact that you throw out somebody, like, who hasn't been talked about in forever, like,
Go back to Teyvat's borders to the human realm today in order to have fun and find a solution to the problem I'm having with the border. She's not from beyond Teyvat. I still think she's Eris, aka Arisu from Enkanomiya.
No. No. Some bottom hanging, low hanging fruit that like hasn't been talked about. No. There's no way. Too relevant to be this person.
But she just has to spend most of her time at its border for reasons we haven't been told yet. We only know that one of her tasks is to clean the messes Rhine-daughter made in the world, but we don't know who gave her that job to begin with.
True.
Interestingly though, she can basically do and say whatever she wants because the Heavenly Principles can't tell her what to do.
Yeah, explain that one.
It feels like she's saying that she has leverage against them. It's like she's constantly blackmailing them by saying, either you let me do what I want, or I stop working and the world will crumble as a consequence. So the Heavenly Principles may have been the ones who gave her that job. Probably because Asmodee, the Shade of Space, the one
the Heavenly Principles were sleeping? Those ones?
Who should probably deal with the border, has gone missing.
Oh.
So
the sleeping HP gave her that job.
Alice.
Alright.
It's like she knows she's in a video game. There's no fourth wall with her. Reason why she adjusted the camera herself. And above all, she knows that we players see the artistic titles that appear when a Harbinger or a Sinner is introduced. So she made one for the Hexen Circle as well. One that is also visible to the people of Teyvat, not just us players. She basically created a UI.
Was it said that she created the Harbinger ones? I know Nicole interacted with it and she said she made these for us. But nothing was ever said about the Harbinger. I know because I asked myself, I was like, oh, I wonder who made these ones. Oh, I wonder if Alice made these ones. There was nothing else said about that.
Panel with trigger conditions, which was extremely funny. When it comes to Nicole, Varka, dear, why did you have to interrupt her while she was literally telling us everything we wanted to know? I get that we were in a hurry to save Columbina, but still. Anyway, I have to say I love Nicole's personality. I literally see myself in her because there is a reason why I rewrite the scripts for my videos like 4 times in a row. And that's because, just like her, I just want to talk about everything from the very start to be sure that I'm explaining stuff in detail. And then I need to cut everything to tell you what you actually need and care to hear. Anyway, it seems that the current events that are happening have not been defined by fate yet. We are now writing fate itself with our decisions, which is very interesting because it means that fate hasn't decided everything that will happen in Teyvat, unlike what we've believed so far.
It does, but we're here now.
Still, what we care about is the fact that Nicole is still an angel, one of the few that haven't turned into a Seelie, and she's also the most powerful one, because unlike Yokwal-Tekutin, she doesn't have a job to do, so she hasn't used up all her powers yet. This freedom of hers should be the result of her placing all she had on the rusted scales we heard about in the Imaginarian Theater, which allowed her to avoid turning into a Seelie, but also resulted in her losing the ability to talk. Moving on to what Alice said about Teyvat and its history, she told us that when the Heavenly Principles arrived on Teyvat, the Free Moons and their goddesses originally controlled the laws of the world, so life, death, and so on.
And the point is I know he said earlier about the different realms of Teyvat, they're all considered Teyvat, though. Like, I don't think you could just say, just because she said Teyvat, that she meant the human realm from a different realm. You know what I mean? Like, there's, like, she still said journey to Teyvat. And she should know that we know about it. She seems to know everything else about us. So she should know that we know about the different realms. So she could have easily just said that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's not possible that what he's saying here is true. I just, you know, I just have a hard time believing that she's so powerful and that she's not super powerful, like more powerful than anything we've seen, you know, and from this world, from Teyvat. I don't see it. I don't see it.
We'll come back to this later on in the video, but the goddesses decided or vowed never to concentrate.
It's one of those things where it's like sometimes the simplest solution is just right in front of you. Sometimes the simplest, the answer is just right in front of you. You know?
Trade these powers in a single entity or body in order to keep the world stable. In the present though, because the Traveler holds the eternal Moon Marrow, Arlecchino the iridescent Moon Marrow that was never even meant to exist inside Teyvat, and Columbina is an actual Moon Goddess, we basically concentrated these three powers in one body, that is Nod Krai in this case, which can cause trouble to the entire world. But this is also what Dottore is trying to do in order to transcend his fate. He managed to steal the Eternal and Iridescent Moon Marrows, but not the Frost one because Columbina decided to go say hi to Rarer and Thelindis, and we can safely assume that this is how Rarer is coming back in Luna 4. Back to the past, because the Moon Goddesses then did something to offend the Heavenly Principles, they tried to consolidate their powers in one body since the first Tri-Lunar.
You said read first comment when you said that. Two corrections about the video. At one point I talked about two moon being destroyed and the third being flung beyond the fake sky. Of course, the Heavenly Principles threw all three beyond the fake sky. Later in the video I say this, but correctly I just wrote it wrong for the first time. The second correction is about the trilunar syzygy of the present. It's not that we concentrated the free powers in Nod Krai, it's because the Traveler and Arlecchino gave Columbina a little bit of the Eternal and Iridescent Moon Marrow's powers in Luna 2, which concentrated all three powers into her body. That's the trilunar syzygy we caused. What? What?
And his fate. He managed to steal the Eternal and Iridescent Moon Marrows, but not the Frost one because Columbina decided to go say hi to Rarer and Thelindis, and we can safely assume that this is how Rarer is coming back in Luna 4. Back to the past, because the Moon Goddesses then did something to offend the Heavenly Principles, they tried to consolidate their powers in one body since the first Tri-Lunar Syzygy happened in the funerary year, and after a war of funerary flame, the goddesses lost, or better yet, they were deprived of their reason or rationale to exist in Teyvat.
Wait, where is that stated? They tried to consolidate their powers in one body? The moons did? Did I miss that?
To offend the Heavenly Principles, they tried to consolidate their powers in one body since the first Tri-Lunar Syzygy happened in the funerary year. and after a war of funerary flame, the goddesses lost all.
But they were imprisoned, like, right next to each other, you can assume, right? Like, they were all imprisoned. Where did it say they try to put all their powers in one body?
Or better yet, they were deprived of their reason or rationale to exist in Teyvat. They became obsolete, we could say.
I just don't know where it says
So
that.
the world began rejecting them as a consequence, which is the reason why Columbina can't regain her strength. Nicole instead told us that the moon goddesses had been created by Nibelung, the then ruler of Teyvat. When Nibelung left Teyvat, the Heavenly Principles arrived and they reshaped the entire world down to its foundations, but the moon goddesses weren't strong enough to fight them, so they just kept quiet. Because the moon's existence and their function to keep the world operational didn't conflict with
Which
the
still
Heavenly
doesn't make
Principles'
sense.
aims, the moon goddesses and the Heavenly Principles began a very precarious coexistence that immediately ended when Nibelung finally came back, starting the War of Funerary Flame, so the war between Nibelung and the Heavenly Principles. Now, the three goddesses had no idea what to do. One of them, I think the Frost Moon, believed that they should have sided with Nibelung because he created them. Another one, I think the Eternal Moon, said that they should have been neutral because no one knew how it would have ended, especially with Nibelung being completely
Why do you
corrupted
think
by
that?
the Abyss, while we don't know what the third one believed. In the end, Nibelung found out that the goddesses weren't completely backing him up, so he imprisoned them, apparently beyond the fake sky, and transformed the moons into weapons to fight the Heavenly Principles.
Well, more like they were supposed to defend this place, and they just let this dude come in and do whatever the fuck he wanted.
This is why the
Kinda
moons
deserved,
became
to be
mechanical
honest.
constructs, although there is a problem with this, but we'll talk about it in a few seconds. When the goddesses were removed from the equation, the angels that the Heavenly Principles brought to Teyvat took their place. But unlike Salvindagnir and probably Delphi Pytho, which could be Arcadia, the people of Hyperborea never accepted this new order and they refused the angels' help, one of which was Nicole herself. Instead, they kept worshipping the sky, so
Oh
it's
my
the
god,
moon
I
Columbina
clicked.
wants to go to. The Heavenly Principles brought to Teyvat, talk about it in a few seconds. When the goddesses were removed from the equation, the angels that the Heavenly Principles brought to Teyvat took their place. But unlike Salvindagnir and probably Delphi Pytho, which could be Arcadia,
Isn't Delphi Pi... Isn't Delphi Pytho, like, Enconomia?
the people of Hyperborea never accepted this new order and they refused the angels' help, one of which was Nicole herself. Instead, they kept worshipping the moon goddesses because they had always blessed and protected them from harm. Now, because the moons became weapons, the Heavenly Principles began considering them a threat that needed to be removed, even though we don't know whether they knew the goddesses had nothing to do with it. So did the Heavenly Principles shatter 2 moons and flung the third one beyond the fake sky, and as a consequence, the goddesses lost their reason to exist in Teyvat and they faded away. The problem from before is that if the Frost Moon was sent beyond the fake sky, so it's the moon Columbina wants to go to, then what is this moon we see in the sky? It's not like people need to see a moon, the world would make sense either way, even without one, so
Yeah.
why is it there?
I know it's not confirmed either way, but it's... I think it's... I just looked up here. Serpent's Heart was once known as Delphi. I'm pretty sure, like, I mean, it's hard to say anything's for sure, but a lot of people have said that that's Enkanomiya, or it lines up that it should be Enkanomiya at least.
Who put it there, and what's its purpose? Anyway, then what is this moon we see in the sky? It's not like people need to see a moon, the world would make sense either way, even without one. So why is it there? Who put it there? And what's its purpose? Anyway, when the war ended and the world was plunged into chaos, the people were left with no one to help them, since most angels followed Koitar and Soitervoinen, the first angel and the Voyager, so they had been punished for it, losing their shape and powers, becoming sillies as a consequence. Nevertheless, the people of Hyperborea finally managed to make contact with the moons beyond the fake sky, and even though they finally learned that the goddesses had died, they kept worshipping them, believing that a new moon would have eventually been born to keep protecting them just like the three goddesses once did. According to Nicole, Columbina's birth was a result of a lingering connection between the Frost Moon, the only one that wasn't shattered, and the world. Columbina is basically the dying wish of the three moons, but I don't think that Nicole actually knows the full truth. We actually do, since Luna too. Of all the entities in Teyvat, who do you think would know more about what happened to the moon goddesses? The answer is quite simple. A moon goddess, which means that we desperately need to figure out what the iridescent moon told us. We went along with Columbina's explanation so that the iridescent moon mistook her for the frost moon, but if you watched my video about Luna 2, I had some doubts about what she said, and what felt completely off is the fact that she made no mistake. She was actually talking to Columbina, the one she then called Hypo. Here's what I'm pretty sure she meant. During the War of Funerary Flame, the fourth moon, Columbina, or better yet Hyposelenia, suddenly approached them with a courageous plan, potentially against the Heavenly Principles, and the Moon Sisters were puzzled because they had no idea she even existed. Hyposelenia's plan included the destruction of the moons and, as a result, of the goddesses as well, which I believe would have allowed Hyposelenia to acquire their powers inside of her, becoming the one thing that could destroy the world, which also means that she would have had enough power to also defeat the Heavenly Principles.
What? How the fuck did we get here? What?
About Luna 2, I had some doubts about what she said, and what felt completely off is the fact that she made no mistake. She was actually talking to Columbina, the one she then called Hypo. Here's what I'm pretty sure she meant. During the War of Funerary Flame, the fourth moon, Columbina, or better yet Hyposelenia, suddenly approached them with a courageous plan, potentially against the Heavenly Principles, and the Moon Sisters were puzzled because they had no idea she even existed. Hyposelenia's plan included the destruction of the moons and, as a result, of the goddesses as well, which I believe would have allowed Hyposelenia to acquire their powers inside of her, becoming the one thing that could destroy the world, which also means that she would have had enough power to also defeat the Heavenly Principles.
I don't even know where to start. They were imprisoned during the war. We don't know exact time when they got imprisoned, but I feel like it's going to be hard to plan to, hey guys, let's all self-destruct and put all your power into one thing to defeat the Heavenly Principles when you're imprisoned. Hams of the Far News says all 4 moons were imprisoned. So, if she did go back, she's talking to them before the war, most likely. And if she were to go back with this plan to defeat them, I guess we really don't know exactly how they felt about everything, but we know that they're kind of living alongside HP in peace. Like they're, I keep saying in peace, that might not be the right way to say it, but they're living alongside the HP, right? So all of a sudden this random girl comes in and is just like, hey y'all, let's blow ourselves up to fuck this guy up. Like, we really don't know what the other moons felt like about their current living situation, you know? I wouldn't say Columbina would have a direct reason to fight HP now, especially if Nibelung is their warden. Well, even before. I mean, even before. Like, yeah, what's her... She's never brought up HP in this current time, has she? Like, why... I don't know why she would go back and be like, yeah, let's fuck this guy up. Like, she hasn't mentioned HP once, has she? I mean, I don't know why she would go back and say this. It's hard to say who knew what when. Like, if the only reason Columbina would want to fight HP is because HP destroyed 2 of the moons and flung her beyond the sky. But even then, you can understand why HP destroyed the 2, because Nibelung turned them into weapons. So, does she hold HP responsible for that, or Nibelung? And if Nibelung's already dead, I mean, yeah, you can't really do much there. I don't see much of a motive for her to go back and just be like, yeah, let's all fucking blow ourselves up to fight HP. And not to mention, the time, I mean, you wouldn't be able to do it during a war. It'd have to be before the war that you talk to him, because when Nibelung came back, he imprisoned you. Yeah, sure, we don't have day-to-day dates. We don't know what happened on May 1st and June 1st and June 2nd, sure. So there's some flexible room here where this timeline could play out. But I don't know. I don't even see the motive here, realistically. I'm gonna play it one more time just to see if...
Told us. We went along with Columbina's explanation, so that the iridescent moon mistook her for the frost moon, but if you watched my video about Luna 2, I had some doubts about what she said, and what fell completely off is the fact that she made no mistake. She was actually talking to Columbina, the one she then called Hype.
Right, we can agree with this. Like, this is what everyone's been talking about. I mean, I don't get why we're all just not referring to the video and prediction theory that everybody has now. Like, let's all just throw it out there. We all know that this is it, right? The go back in time, the hypo thing, everyone's saying it. Okay, I agree.
Here's what I'm pretty sure she meant. During the War of Funerary Flame, the fourth moon, Columbina, or better yet Hyposelenia, suddenly approached them with a courageous plan, potentially against the Heavenly Principles. And the Moon Sisters were puzzled because they had no idea she even existed.
I don't see a motive there right now.
Hyposelenia's plan included the destruction of the moons and, as a result, of the goddesses as well, which I believe would have allowed Hyposelenia to acquire their powers inside of her, becoming the one thing that could destroy the world, which also means that she would have had enough power to also defeat the Heavenly Principles.
No, there's no way. No. I don't see a motive there. I don't see a motive there.
Problem was that although the iridescent goddess perfectly knew what was gonna happen to her, she didn't want to die like that, so she used the abyss to extend her life, which delayed the plan for millennia, more than 6,000 years at least. Hyposelenia was supposed to be kept hidden until the plan was completed, so she is the fourth moon that fell before the 3 known ones, hidden at the bottom of the ocean around Nod Krai all this time. And if you haven't noticed, it's what Dottore was about to raise from beneath the water, but she is also the secret the moons had to keep, which eventually led them to intentionally ignore Shuquatl when he...
The Master of Light and Flame had sought their help, hoping to pick up the trail of the king who had stepped into the fog between stars, but the only answer he received was 3 separate silences in 3 different palace halls.
He went to their moon palaces to ask for help. The existence of a fourth moon also implies something even bigger. Do you remember when we...
So, I can agree that the moons, and I don't know how, but kind of had Columbina. See, I think Columbina kind of wrote her own story type of deal. So before, said it after watching videos, her going back or doing whatever, whether she goes back in time, goes to a lunar palace, whatever the case may be, her interaction with the past ends up writing her own story. It's my theory of what happens, right? And it ends up being her own story through the blessing of the other moons. So I can agree that through the other 3 moons that Columbina ends up coming to fruition, right? She ends up being created, right? Nod Krai being the remnants of the 4th moon. I don't know, and it's good he has this right here, so I don't have to go looking for it. The remnants that failed to become, is that visible? Yeah, the remnants that failed to become a moon slumbered in the vast sea, only to become at last the refuge of the exiles of the far north. So I believe this is, it's Sunday. What's up? It's Sunday, buddy. Check a calendar. This is what we have for how Nod Krai and what Nod Krai is made of, is that it's remnants that have failed to become a moon. However, I don't believe, and this is all we have, is that there is no evidence of them trying to make a moon rise and it falling back. It's just remnants that failed to become a moon slumbered in the vast sea. Sure, you could say, oh, the moon was trying to go up and then broke apart, but it's not fully confirmed that that's what happened. We don't know if all of Nod Krai is that. It could only be part of it. You know? And the part of it may be exactly where she spawned from. Because partially, I think that Columbina could be like a contingency plan of the moons to coalesce their power and get them to come back into power if things go wrong. I don't believe Columbina is going back there like, hey, let's fuck up the heavenly principles. Straight up. I don't see that being true. While Columbina may be a blessing or a creation with the assistance of the 3 moons, what he's saying here, I don't...
What's gonna happen to her, she didn't want to die like that, so she used the abyss to extend her life, which delayed the plan for millennia, more than 6,000 years at least. Hyposelenia was supposed to be kept hidden until the plan was completed, so she is the 4th moon that fell before the 3 known ones, hidden at the bottom of the ocean around Nod Krai all this time. And if you haven't noticed, it's what Otore was about to raise from beneath the water, but she is also the secret the moons had to keep, which eventually led them to intentionally ignore Xuquatl when he went to their moon palaces to ask for help. The existence of a 4th moon also implies something even bigger.
I mean, I can get, like I said, I can get on board with her being like kind of a backup plan for the moons and their power. I don't even know why I'm saying backup plan, but just like a blessing of all 3 moons, a formation of all 3 moons, a creation of the other 3 moons to form her own story for some reason. I don't even know exactly why.
Do you remember when we asked Alice if...
But it certainly isn't so she could go back in time and tell him to blow him up. Blow up the HP. I know that. I mean, I don't see that.
Moon's powers were life, death, and so on. And do you remember when Nicole told us that the moon goddesses basically became obsolete in Teyvat? And do you remember how the Shades, who bear the same powers and are looking for Asmodee, said that they were about to take action in Nod Krai? This is all connected. We know that the Heavenly Principles gained possession of the vows that made the world turn, so the powers of the moon goddesses that kept Teyvat operational. So once the goddesses had been removed, those powers were given to the Shades. Reason why there was no need for the moon goddesses anymore. The Shades substituted them.
I can believe this.
Then we can easily associate the iridescent moon with death. The frost moon is probably time, since one of these powers can freeze time. And the eternal moon might be life, because there's no eternity without anyone to live it, which would leave hyposelenia and space, and both the fourth moon and Asmodee coincidentally went missing.
I don't think that has a correlation. I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe that has a correlation at all. I mean, come on. Asmodee just went missing. That has nothing to do with the fourth moon going missing. Like, no, I mean,
it's a reach. The goddesses had been imprisoned, but we also know that they retreated beyond the fake sky. And now Columbina has opened a rift through basically space, the Moongate, and jumped into it. My theory is that the Moongate leads to the place where the moon goddesses had been imprisoned, which means that everything that happened might have been part of the plan Hyposelenia proposed to the three sisters, but since it took ages for it to happen, and probably because Hyposelenia was born, or reborn at this point, as Columbina in Teyvat in a different way since the Hyperborean couldn't proceed with the Sacred Air project anymore, she lost the memories of her past self, so she's unknowingly doing what she was meant to do. She was meant to go through the Moongate in order to acquire the powers of the other three goddesses that disintegrated when the moons were destroyed. We could say that she was probably meant to go through what Rarer experienced. She had to be fragmented in order to then reconstruct herself with both her own and the three sisters' fragments, condensing all their powers into one body in order to defeat the Heavenly Principles. Now,
I'm like kind of I'm hearing what he's saying, and while I agree with like the things that are happening, I'm not agreeing with the motivations he's putting behind it. Like,
is that the Moongate leads, so the powers of the moon goddesses that kept Teyvat operational. So once the goddesses had been removed, those powers were given to the Shades. Reason why there
like,
was
I think this
no
is what
need
I
for the
think
moon
this makes sense
goddesses
for what
anymore.
happened. I can
The
agree with
Shades
this.
substituted
Well,
them.
not confirmed. It's something I agree with.
Then we can easily associate the iridescent moon with death.
I don't
the
think
frost moon is probably time, since one of these
I honestly
powers can freeze.
don't care. I honestly don't care who correlates to who, how they correlate. Who, for all we know, the moons could share a piece of each of the five life, death, space, time, and reason within them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think going through and trying to compare who is who at this time is a great use of time.
This time, and the eternal moon might be
So I haven't spent much time
because
doing it.
there's no eternity without anyone to live it, which would leave Hyposelenia and space, and both the fourth moon and Asmodee coincidentally went missing.
Like, that part,
Now,
I mean,
think about it. The goddesses had been imprisoned, but we also know that they retreated beyond the fake sky. And now Columbina has opened a rift through basically space, the Moongate, and jumped into it. My theory is that the moon...
Wait.
Think about it. The goddesses had been imprisoned, but we also know that they retreated.
Anyway, after that war ended, the three moons retreated to beyond the false sky.
Beyond the fake sky, and now Columbina has opened a rift through basically space,
Exactly
the
what does that
Moongate,
mean, though?
and jumped into it.
Because if two of them got destroyed, the one got flung out there. We know that their entities, the goddesses themselves, kind of withered away over time because they had no connection to anything. But if he's, I mean, he is citing something that Nicole actually said. How can both be true?
Beyond the fake sky, and now Columbina has opened a rift through basically space, the Moongate, and jumped into it. My theory is that the moon gate leads to the place where the moon goddesses had been imprisoned, which means that everything that happened might have been part of the plan Hyposelenia proposed to the three sisters.
But yeah, like he's saying...
But since it took ages for it to happen, and probably because Hyposelenia was born, or reborn at this point, as Columbina in Teyvat in a different way, since the Hyperborean couldn't proceed with the Sacred Air project anymore, she lost the memories of her past self, so she's unknowingly doing what she was meant to do. She was meant to go through the Moon Gate in order to acquire the powers of the other three goddesses that disintegrated when the moons were destroyed. We could say that...
Like, I can agree that she is doing what she was meant to do, right? I think, yeah, in order to finish her story, in order to finish her loop, that she had to go through the Moon Gate. But what is he... I'm losing where he's saying why she went through. Theory is that
the place where the moon goddesses had been imprisoned, which means that everything that happened might have been part of the plan Hyposelenia proposed to the three sisters.
Might have been part of the plan Hyposelenia proposed to the three sisters.
But since it took ages for it to happen, and probably because Hyposelenia was born, or reborn at this point, as Columbina in Teyvat in a different way, since the Hyperborean couldn't proceed with the Sacred Air project anymore, she lost the memories of her past self, so she's unknowingly doing what she was meant to do.
Unknowingly doing what she was meant to do.
The Moon Gate in order to acquire the powers of the other three goddesses that disintegrated when the moons were destroyed. We could...
And then assemble the power of the three moons by going through the Moon Gate. Like, I already said that I don't think that she's going through the Moon Gate to spit a plan about how to destroy the heavenly principles. And it's like, okay, if she's unknowingly doing what she was meant to do, like, the question is, who's influencing? Or, like, I guess you... unknowingly doing, like, yeah, that just is how it happened. But you could try to figure out who else was, like... around that possibly could have prevented stuff to let things happen the way they did happen, aka Miss Alice there, you know? That's my thought. But, like, I don't think even I guess him mentioning this, like, doesn't even, like, it's throwing me off. Because if she's unknowingly doing it, it doesn't really lead anywhere. Right? Like...
say that she was probably meant to go through what Rarer experienced. She had to be fragmented in order to then reconstruct herself with both her own and the three sisters' fragments, condensing all their powers into one body in order to defeat the heavenly principles.
But, like, so we're gonna get torn to pieces to go back in time to where they're imprisoned to hatch this plan and then grab their power? How does that even make sense? If you're going back in time to spit them this plan, but then you're unknowingly going back in time to or going through this moon portal to split yourself up to grant yourself the power of all the moons, like, which one is it? Because you either have to go through and be in a form to talk to these guys to hatch this plan, or you're going through to split yourself up to absorb the power of the other moons.
Say that she was probably meant to go through what Rarer experienced. She had to be fragmented in order to then reconstruct herself with both her own and the three sisters' fragments, condensing all their powers into one body in order to defeat the heavenly principles.
I'm
now,
so confused.
Since the video is about to end, let's do a necessary recap of what we know for
certain. That just doesn't make sense to me, and maybe I'm not following exactly what he's saying right now because I'm kind of skeptical about her whole plan, and so maybe that's causing me to not completely understand what he's saying, but it just seems like he's saying that she's supposed to go back in time to talk to them, but also go through the portal to split herself up to gain the power of the three moons, and how can you do both? Didn't Columbina her save that she can't really use the other moon marrows? She could only use them to recover, but not to their full extent? That's a good point, too. That's a good point. That's a good point. She could use the little bit from us, yeah. But it's not as though she could take all three. And it's also, like, I forget who else said it. Someone said it's not advised to hold all three because it's too powerful. Was it Columbina too? No, it couldn't have been Columbina. Somebody else said it's too much for somebody to hold all three. Because it could literally just not be good, drive you mad, whatever they said. I don't remember who said that. So yeah, his whole theory about them gaining all the power, it's throwing me off, and I'm not able to follow completely as to what he's saying, because the core of his theory is just not, I'm not with it. So the thing he's trying to say to follow that up is throwing me off.
About that, including what Alice and Nicole told us.
I think it was Alice when she was explaining. Yeah, probably.
Nibelung was born alongside the planet. Nibelung created the moons and the moon goddesses. Nibelung left Teyvat. The heavenly principles arrived on Teyvat, they coexisted with the moon goddesses, and they reshaped the world. Nibelung came back to Teyvat, corrupted by the Abyss. Nibelung began fighting against the heavenly principles. Nibelung imprisoned the moon goddesses and turned the moons into weapons. The heavenly principles destroyed 2 moons and sent them, together with the still intact one, beyond the fake sky. Nibelung died fighting the heavenly principles. Act 1, the heavenly principles imprisoned the moon goddesses and turned the moons into weapons. The heavenly principles destroyed 2 moons and sent them, together with the still intact one, beyond the fake sky.
Together with the still intact one beyond the fake sky. I mean, yeah, I guess it's like assumed that, but...
Nibelung died fighting
I mean,
the
they kind of
heavenly
had
principles.
to, right? Because they are beyond the sky
These
right now.
are irrefutable facts in chronology.
Well, wait, does it though? Because that could end up mattering at some point in time. Does it say that the HP is the one who not only shattered, but sent the other 2 beyond the fake sky with the intact frost moon? Because if not, then it raises another question as to how did the shattered moons get beyond the fake sky? I don't remember them saying that that he also set the shattered ones out with the full one. I mean, it even says right here from Nicole at the bottom, regardless of who knew what when, the heavenly principles shattered 2 moons and flung the other beyond the skies. Just something to think about.
Intact one beyond the fake sky. Nibelung died fighting the heavenly principles. These are irrefutable facts in chronological order that we have at our disposal. The only other fact we know is that Xuquatl went to the moons to ask for help, and that happened after Nibelung left, but probably also after the heavenly principles arrived. Otherwise, who was he even fighting against, right?
Yeah.
Now, with this chronology in mind, I'm giving you some homework to do. As I said at the beginning of the video, answer them for yourselves with honesty and without preconceptions, which means that you need to use logic to answer, not theories. Question 1.
You know what? I don't like being... Watch your tone, buddy. Watch your tone, okay? Be nice. It sounded very condescending.
That many believe that Nibelung is the primordial one because he is defined as the primeval creator.
Excuse me?
Answer, not theories. Question 1. Considering that many believe that Nibelung is the primordial one because he is defined as the primeval creator and because we now know he created the moons, if Nibelung was born alongside the planet and the primordial one arrived on the planet of the dragons with the eternal throne, can Nibelung be the primordial one? Question 2.
I don't know.
Considering that many people believe that the primordial one and the heavenly principles are the same entity, and considering that the dragons were trying to create a new race using primal fire and humans, a project they had to give up on because of the arrival of the heavenly principles, if the primordial one created the humans, can the primordial one be the heavenly principles? Question 3.
Look, I mean that's like the same question. We're just interchanging. We're just asking who's who is who. And until it comes out and says that so and so is this and so is that, I guess we can't really know, right? I mean, because I had this question a while ago. Is I'm like, are they actually are the heavenly principles actually primordial one? Like, are these interchangeable, or can they be interchangeable at certain times, but then altered depending on who's sitting there? You know, like. A king is a king, right? But there's multiple kings type of deal. Like, throughout different periods of time. Like, you have a throne, and the king sits on that throne. And just because you're a king at one time doesn't mean you're a king 100 years into the future. One, because you're probably dead, but two, because someone else now holds that title. So some of these descriptions of a certain person may be interchangeable.
For Sun and Moon, the funerary year represents the arrival.
And honestly, I mean, it's been talked about so much that I've honestly given up, like, trying to... We all know who we're talking about at this point, right? Like, when you say Nibelung, we know who we're talking about. When you say Heavenly Principles, we know who we're talking about. When we say Primordial One, we know who we're talking about now. Like, it's, even if it's not explicitly stated in the game, if you ask majority of people who the hell the Heavenly Principles are, they'll say, oh, you know, the one that's sleeping. The one who's in charge of the four shades. If you ask people who the Primordial One is, they're going to say the same thing. The one who's in charge of the four shades. The one who split into four shades. The Heavenly Principles. The one who split themselves up. The one who, you know, like... But if you say Nibelung, majority of people aren't going to say, oh, Nibelung, the Primordial One. That's just, it just doesn't line up. So it's almost like it got left up for interpretation to a certain point until it's explicitly stated later. And right now, our current understanding is Nibelung. Heavenly Principles, Primordial One, and Phanes are the same. As of right now.
Of the second who came and its fight against the Primordial One, while in Luna 3 we learned that the War of Funerary Flame represents the battle between Nibelung and the Heavenly Principles. Who is the second who came, the second throne of the heavens?
I don't know.
If you answered Nibelung, then there's a bonus question, let's say question 3B. Considering that Nibelung left before the arrival of the Heavenly Principles, which in this specific case must be the Primordial One, and considering that we know that Nibelung is a dragon, then how come there were 7 dragon sovereigns on the planet? Question 4.
Wait, what do you say? I zoned out. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like being asked questions.
B.
I like to ask the questions.
Considering that Nibelung left before the arrival of the Heavenly Principles, which in this specific case must be the Primordial One, and considering that we know that Nibelung is a dragon, then how come there were 7 dragon sovereigns on the planet?
What? Yo, look, I don't know what happened, but my brain stopped working because I don't even understand the question. I honestly don't even get how that, like, that, whatever.
Last one.
Skip. I'm skipping that one.
Alice, Nicole, Kukulkan, the Traveler, and Arlecchino clearly remember and mention Nibelung's name, why is he defined as the now nameless ruler that used to rule over all? For this question, remember both that Nibelung already came back to life during the Archon War, but also that Alice told us that names anchor one's entire existence, which means that not having or losing one's name most likely has actual consequences in Teyvat. For example, no one knows, or maybe can know, the Traveler's real name except for the Abyss sibling, something the Traveler clearly doesn't understand.
I thought it was more like a name who can't be spoken type of deal.
Asmodee took away the Traveler's original powers. This is my assignment for you. I do hope you'll share your results in the comment section because I am
I'm scared, dude. Like, no, you're losing me, buddy.
Let's
fuck
quickly
this.
analyze the theory according to which the Primordial One and the Heavenly Principles are the same entity, which I believe goes like this. Nibelung rules over Teyvat. Nibelung leaves Teyvat. The Eternal Throne and Ark arrives. The Primordial One / River from Beyond the Sky / Heavenly Principles comes out of the Ark, creates the Shades, fights the 7 dragons, takes over Teyvat, and envelops it into Thanos' eggshell, which should be the fake sky, although we were told that the angels wove a veil for the great ruler of the firmament, so I think there are 2 layers. First the fake sky and then the eggshell, and between the two there's that weird red sky we saw multiple times. Nibelung comes back corrupted by the Abyss, and this is the funerary year, and then he fights the Heavenly Principles, which is the War of Funerary Flame. Now, although this theory could make sense, I found some
Where's the theory?
inconsistencies. First, when the Voyager met Nibelung for the first time, the moons had already been created because she saw how different they looked when she came back to Teyvat. Considering that Nibelung refused to leave with the Voyager even though he was most likely in love with her, and considering that Nibelung created the moons to watch over Teyvat because he was about to leave, why didn't he leave with the Voyager but then left anyway? I mean, the Heavenly Principles hadn't arrived yet, so he wasn't looking for a power to defeat them. If he left to find a way to save his people from the imminent destruction the Voyager predicted for Teyvat, it would have made more sense to live with her since she's from a more advanced civilization, and she could have helped him find a solution.
No.
Then, as before, why were there...
It's second guessing yourself. It's pretty simple. It's like literally human nature. And human nature's writing the story, so you get human nature in the nature of the creatures, okay? You second guess yourself. That's it. It's as simple as that. I literally think it's as simple as that. His initial thought is, oh, hey, I gotta protect my people, whatever. I'm here with my people. But then she left. You don't know what you have until it's gone. Simple. She left. He was like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, man. She might have been onto something. You know what? What do you got? Maybe he asked other people. What do you guys think? You guys think you can handle this on your own? You guys think you're good without me? Yeah, man, we got this shit. Hell yeah. Boss is gone. Boss is gone. Yeah, we got this. We got this. You guys sure? Okay. All right. You know what? I'll head out there then. And I'll come back. You guys got this? You guys got this. I trust this place with you. You got it. Cool. Then he leaves. Then he decides, you know what? I'll leave now. That's fine. I'll leave. Why do you think he was so pissed when he came back and they gave that shit up? Dude, I'd be pissed too. That's what I'm saying. The moon's kind of deserved. You know what I mean? Kind of deserved. They gave it up. He was pissed. He's like, look, really? Y'all couldn't hold this down? All right, bet. I'll show you how to hold it down. Well, he thought that's what was going to happen. That's not obviously what happened, but I'll show you how to hold it down. Imprisoned, now your weapons. I get it. I get why he did it. It makes sense. It makes 100% sense why he took him and imprisoned him. Honestly, I kind of don't feel bad because I really think that they just thought that shit was going to be sweet while he was gone. It is what it is. You call me the bad guy. I don't care.
With her since she's from a more advanced civilization, and she could have helped him find a solution. Then, as before, why were there 7 dragons if Nibelung had already left?
I don't even get what you're asking here.
8 dragons for some reason? They never used this number, so it kinda clashes with everything so far. It's always either 3, 4, or 7. Also, why would the dragons use the abyss?
I really don't get what he's asking here. I don't understand.
Civilization, and she could have helped him find a solution. Then, as before, why were there 7 dragons if Nibelung had already left?
Who the fuck cares?
8 dragons for some reason? They never used this number, so it kinda clashes with everything so far.
I'm missing something, maybe. I have no idea.
4, or 7. Also, why would the dragons use the Abyss to fight the Heavenly Principles if their king, clearly the most powerful among them, couldn't even wield it without being corrupted? As before, there's the problem of the humans existing before the
last-ditch effort. Simple last-ditch effort. It's a last-ditch effort. Maybe it was too much for him to hold alone, splitting it up. Could be
why would
you divide the power up because one person can't hold all that power. But if you divide it up, it may be more manageable. And yet, we still have the same amount of the power. Divide it up so it's manageable, and now we use it all to attack. Compared to one guy not being able to actually, you get like diminishing returns. He's holding 100%, but since it's fucking him up so much, he's only actually maybe able to utilize 60% of it. But if he takes that 100%, divides that 100% into 8 beings, nah, fuck it, we'll just say 10 beings for easy conversation. So everyone's got 10%. Now all 10 of those people are able to use 100% of their 10%, and you get an overall increase in power because now you're able to use 100% of that abyss power compared to one person only using 60%. You see what I'm saying? That's why you would split it up. Easy.
Dragons use the Abyss to fight the Heavenly Principles if their king, clearly the most powerful among them, couldn't even wield it without being corrupted. As before, there's
easy. I just answered that. I flawlessly answered that. I should get a 100.
Humans existing before the Heavenly Principles' arrival, which is very weird, but my two last doubts are about...
Wait, is he saying the same thing here that Dawit was just saying?
As before, there's the problem of the humans existing before the Heavenly Principles' arrival, which is very weird.
Wait, what?
But my two last doubts are about them. If the Heavenly Principles created the humans, which means there has always been one kind of humanity, then what is the primordial human that went extinct and that Ryan daughter is desperately trying to recreate? And above all, why wasn't Columbina left underground when the war was over?
Look,
even if we think that the Heavenly Principles were...
Look, honestly, I don't have the answers to these ones. I don't. I thought we were talking about the 4 Moon secret plans to defeat the Heavenly Principles. We went a little off script. I'm gonna be honest. We went a little off script here, okay? We went a little off script.
Recreate. And above all, why wasn't Columbina left underground when the war was over? Even if we think that the Heavenly Principles
Who the fuck wants to rebuild a dead place?
Astaroth knew where they were, but she left them down there. And then, before the Archon War, the Heavenly Principles woke up to create the Gnosis, and it was during the Archon War that the seal on Enkanomiya weakened, allowing them to leap to the surface. Then why did the Heavenly Principles decide to sentence them to death instead of saving them?
Because fuck them, that's
why. The
why.
Heavenly Principles are trying to hide the true history of Teyvat to make people believe they're from Teyvat and not from somewhere else. But they also let the dragons roam the world, and they did nothing when Nibelung came back to life, which happened, again, during the Archon War, when the Heavenly Principles awoke. So yeah, this might explain to you why I think there's something missing about this theory, but worry not. We will have our answers very soon. I mean, we will either be told the truth during the main quest, or we can just wait for Nicole's release, because her character stories are going to give us everything we need.
Yo, buddy, can I get out of that fucking copium? Dude, you really think that they're gonna give us everything? Come on, buddy. How else are we gonna keep playing? We're not gonna get everything until we're all dead, okay? The writers are gonna die with everything. I'll tell you that much. Like, we are not going to ever get everything, because guess what? If they give us everything, we stop playing. GG. Dead game. We're not getting everything ever.
That's it. I hope you liked the video. If you did, don't forget to leave a thumbs up, and if you're interested in Genshin Impact,
I'll give you a thumbs up, okay? But it was a little off script towards the end there. And also, I feel like there's a couple things in here that are just straight up, like, don't make sense. The Archon War was when Nibelung came back to life. Wait, did he say that? Honestly, I started to lose, like, attention once we went to the whole Enkanomiya, all this shit. I'm gonna be honest. The questions threw me off. Honestly, if there's one thing I hated about this, is the questions. Come on. Look, I'm here to watch a video. I don't want to, I want to think about what you have to say. I don't want to, like, I'll ask my questions on my own accord, okay? Like, I'll ask as I go along what questions I want to ask. I don't like being told what questions to ask. Like that, I didn't like that. That was weird. But I just feel like there was a bit in here that was just not right. Or, like, I know at the beginning you said it's all your theory, okay. But, even so, I think your theory is built off of certain things that are just false. Or not, explicitly stated that are still, you know, I think you're assuming certain things are true that are still for speculation and kind of messed up the theory a little bit, in my opinion. I don't know. Is that the Archon? Did he say that somewhere? Where would he say that? Oh, these are the questions?
either be told the truth during the main quest, or we can just wait for Nicole's release, because her character stories are going to give us everything we need, allowing them to lead to the surface. War, the Heavenly Principles woke up to create the ground when the war was over. Even if we think that the Heavenly Principles were asleep to heal themselves, Astaroth knew where they were, but she left them down there. And then, before the Archon War, the Heavenly Principles woke up to create the Gnosis, and it was during the Archon War that the seal on Enkanomiya weakened, allowing them to lead to the surface. Then why did the Heavenly Principles decide to sentence them to death instead of saving them? I mean, the Heavenly Principles are trying to hide the true history of Teyvat to make people believe they're from Teyvat and not from somewhere else. But they also let the dragons roam the world, and they did nothing when Nibelung came back to life, which happened, again, during the Archon War, when the Heavenly Principles awoke.
Wait, yeah, is he saying Nibelung? Or is he saying the dragons came back to life?
People believe they're from Teyvat and not from somewhere else. But they also let the dragons roam the world, and they did nothing when Nibelung came back to life, which happened, again...
Nibelung came back I don't know, let the dragons roam the world. Huh?
During the Archon War, when the Heavenly Principles awoke.
Stop. Probably meant the funerary war. Yeah. He had to have. Because that's just not. I'll be the first to admit, I have not read all the books and everything like that, so there are plenty of things that I could have missed, right? But I know certain things that I know. And I'll say, oh, if I missed it, I may have missed it. But that one I've never heard before. Which is why I often hesitate sometimes when I'm talking through things, because I know there's things I may have missed. So I always, which I kind of fuck up a lot, because I'm just like, oh yeah, I may have missed it, but this is what I think. But I've never heard anyone say, yeah, he had to have meant funerary war. Because, yeah, during the Archon Wars, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, he must have. He must have meant that. I don't know. There was overall good video. And I could see, I agree with certain things and whatever, but, what does it say? On the second point, I think the whole trilunar syzygy, all powers came together thing is problematic because these powers have come together before various times without incident. When Nibelung locks up all the goddesses together anytime. Yeah, right. That's what I said initially, because he was trying to say that all the moons put their power into one thing. But I was like, no, like the first time it happened is when they were imprisoned. Anytime the Forged Shades had a meetup. Huh? In the single person of Nibelung or the... I mean, if the moon goddesses had such power acting as one, they could have defeated the PO, let alone Nibelung could have defeated the HP. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. But I've always kind of questioned, because they do make it sound like the moons are more powerful than anything when they have all of their power. So I've always questioned, like, how HP was just able to, or Fanes, how, now he's got me thinking about the names again, came down and just basically was like, took them over instantly, kind of without battle, without a problem, whatever. Because it's not as though like a war happened when he came down. First one was just to be safe. Columbina received a little bit of power from the moon marrow, but she never absorbed them, so she did have all three powers inside of her, but they were too little. No, they weren't. They were to replenish her power. She didn't take the power of that. It was just to replenish her existing power, from my understanding. The moons did not have pure combat power. But yeah, Nibelung wants to leave him. They left him there to protect this world. Why would he be mad if the world got taken over if they didn't have the power to fight? Like, you're just gonna leave them there to defend your world, and they don't have the power to fight? This doesn't even make sense. They have to have a power to fight. They have to have a combat power. They obviously have a combat power. Doesn't Arlecchino have the iridescent marrow after all? Well, yeah, I mean, she absorbed it. Or, like, she had it inside of her. That's the thing. We took it from this enclosed space of that Arlecchino had to open this gate to and brought it into this world. You know, that's enough to trigger, once you have all three basically in the same, let's just say, plane of existence, that's probably enough, or especially in that close of a range. We don't know what the range is. None of us know what the range is. But I can confidently say that I don't think that us giving a little bit to Columbina meant that we are putting all the power into her body. I just think it was us having all the marrows kind of in relatively close proximity to each other in the same plane of existence was enough to trigger this trilunar syzygy, especially with what Alice said. Now, who was Columbine? Well, that's the school that... Never mind. Where was I? Unbeknownst to them, they had already lost the war against the Abyss. That's why the Pyro Sovereign... What? Nibelung created them to possibly protect his throne while he sought a way to stop the Abyss, which has already corrupted... What the fuck are we talking about? Never mind. We're skipping that. I just want to say Delphi Pyro is Enconomia.
Okay.
Fuck off. It could be Enconomia, but weren't the snakes the other snake god, of which I can't remember them? Something, yeah, whatever. If the three moons were flung beyond the false sky, broken or not, and there's a fake moon in the sky, then what is the moon below the Fatui base? And if Tori was pulling a moon from below the sea, why was he not doing it there? I just don't understand the moon situation at all. So the moon beneath the bureau, just like the fragments on Hisi Island, were both taken by the Fatui from beyond the fake sky. What? Okay. Oh yeah, he was talking about the stuff on the ground. I know he said, like, in that cutscene, it looked like he was trying to raise the pieces up from in the ground, but, I mean, I honestly don't know enough. I don't know about that whole situation. Not that I don't know if he's right, but I don't know enough to make a comment on it. We do know that the fourth moon that never made it to the sky in the beginning has been laying in the ocean around Nod Krai. So there should be a whole moon somewhere underwater. Well, that, I don't know. We have fragments, potentially. But I don't think we're going to find a giant spherical moon just in the ground somewhere. To be fair, he didn't say that, but whatever. It actually makes sense. People knew about the moon, and it wasn't like all three moons appear at the same time. It was one at a time, so the HP created a fake moon for people to make them believe the moons are still there. Oh, yeah, about which moon is in the sky. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Nibelung can't be the primordial one. The PO has always been described as an outsider who reshaped the world of the dragons and created the human realm. That is generally referred to as Teyvat. Nibelung was born alongside the planet, likely because of the rationale. Oh, yeah, these are just the questions. Yeah, okay. Regarding Nibelung, Voyager had already pronounced judgment on the planet, invited him to travel with her, but he want to try to prevent its destruction, so he prepared the place to protect it. Nibelung traveled the universe in search for power that could rival a threat to come. We don't know what Voyager was talking about. And we don't, but we do. I mean, Buddy wrote his own script. Buddy wrote his own demise. Buddy brought back his own demise. That's, if there's one thing I've understood today is that, hey, look, Nibelung kind of, Voyagers kind of sussy. I've seen some ShadowXImpact stuff recently. I find him to be okay. I mean, I'm not gonna say that everything he's saying is wrong here, because look, I can't act like I'm a fucking lore god, because I'm not. There's plenty of shit I say that I'm like, I sound fucking retarded saying, I'm sure. But like, I'm also just, if I do a video, I'm just like watching what people say and like putting my opinion on it. I'm not like making a whole video of a theory, you know what I mean? Like, and sometimes I just say shit that's just totally out of left field to kind of, troll a little bit. But I have read enough as weapon lore because it was mentioned in another video. But if I have to remember exactly what it was talking about off the top of my head, I do not remember. But I do remember it's meaningful in regards to something, and I guarantee if I pull it up, I'll remember exactly what it is. Let's see. Because now I'm curious. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, which one? What was an FS weapon lore about? What the hell's our weapon called again? Oh, this works. Wait, was it Anepha's though? Maybe it wasn't. That I read. No. Oh yeah, okay, because I remember the Reaver from Beyond the Skies replaced the primordial creator and took the vows upon which they caused the world to turn. When the king returned, now corrupted by the darkness, his fury knew no bounds. Yeah, I do remember this. I forgot what video. There was a video that everyone was talking about that really closely was talking about NF's weapon lore. I forget if it was probably around the time Nod Krai came out. I don't remember, or like after Nod Krai came out. Well, obviously it was, because that's when NFA was created. Wait, so Nibelung left the 3 moons to control Teyvat, and what else is new info? On the day the heavenly ring shattered, the jade plate fell from the sky. The dragons cheered cruelly for the death of the moons that had once betrayed them. But to her, it was a reminder. She recalled how the silent shadows in their palaces among the stars quietly concealed the moon's remnant that fell before them. The remnant now placed in the center of the cyclonic mechanism, hidden where no one else will ever know, and kept the... Oh yeah, okay, now I'm remembering. This is more about, like Columbina's birth and stuff, right? Hold on, I gotta pee. Un momento. Dude, I'm sitting here trying to think of what video this was mentioned in, bro. And what, like, the topic of that video was. Because I guess, it's, like, sometimes that's the way my brain works, is, like, when I first heard about this mentioned in the video, then I'll really, like, recall the thoughts I was having when I was reading this for the first time. Or, like, seeing this for the first time. I just wonder if the events in the second paragraph took place before or after the Heavenly Principles made contact with the Moon Sisters. She had once followed the Master of Light and Flame to visit the moon-dwelling wills on their 3 thrones of jade. By that time, the king's own throne sat vacant, and gloom poured from the sky as each Dragon Lord acted as they pleased. The Master of Light and Flame had sought their help, hoping to pick up the trail of the vanished Vinster King. But the only answer he received was 3 separate silences in different places, 3 different palace halls. From that time on, even the endless snowfields turned to blackened earth, while the volcanoes became clogged with ice, and still they did not or could not speak, though that was an age when 3 were still 3. Well, yeah, he did just mention that in this video, too. He mentioned the part about the, but the only answer he received was 3 separate silences in different palace halls. Right? Did it take place before or after the Heavenly Principles made contact with the Moon Sisters? In the video we just watched, he said he thinks it's after because why else would the dragons be searching for them if not to use their power to fight against somebody, right? While, yeah, seemed like Giaqualo didn't know about the HP at this point, but why else would they be silent? Yeah, well, especially if even when HP was here, if they're supposed to be kind of chilling, living alongside them, living alongside the HP, too. Like, the moons were supposedly living alongside the HP, so, like, why would they not be answering? Unless, like, they literally were living alongside him, like, from their palaces. Since it involves Giaqualo, I assume it was 2,000 years ago around this fight with Xbalanque. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look up a couple things to give a take on that, to be honest. It's like, because there's so many, there's so many different things that happen in timelines that it's like, I always need to revisit to make sure what I'm saying is actually right. Or, like, as right as it can be. Like, thinking of everything that happened in time gets kind of hard to do with so many events that happen. And it's easy to mess one little thing up that could totally change your thought. Trust me, I do it all the time when I'm talking through. I'm talking through something and I'm like, oh wait, but fuck. This guy actually came down at this time, so how could that be true? Oh wait, no, but that happened 500 years ago. How could that be true? Pretty sure the moons were already dead at that point. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, if you were to think 2,000 years ago, I mean, moons, you can assume got blown up. I mean, during the war, at the end of the funerary war, which was, you know, yeah, exactly, millennia before. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. God damn, this was only 6 months ago. Oh. Alright, what else do we got? What else do we got? I'm getting to the point where I have a lot of thoughts going through my head, so... Oh, somebody did link this one too. Oh, Zandique fooled Destiny itself. You know what? That's fine. I did kind of want to watch his, though. Because this guy actually knows what the fuck he's talking about, like, all the time. Like, this guy... Hey, I watched this dude take that quiz, which I am not taking. I watched him take that quiz. Am I lagging? Oh. We're lagging. Hold on. Dude, what? Dude, this is jumping from like 2 meg. It's going down to 5, but then it's jumping all the way up to 27. Like, why is it doing that? YouTube, stop. YouTube, stop doing that. You know what? Yeah, I want to watch his instead. Maybe I'll watch this one tomorrow. I'm not going to do another 2. But I'll do one more. But I think I skimmed through this already earlier. He actually just watches the quest here. So I'm going to skip over where he watches the quest and just get to like the end of this. So we'll start at like 10 minutes. That seems solid. I want to hear how he thinks Columbina will save Nod Krai. This should be good. This should be good.
Hey, which way are you headed? Paimon means we don't see much of each other. Maybe we could join.
How often do we watch
I would
videos with
actually
another
like
camera on
Sandrone
screen?
wasn't like tsundere right now.
Let's not.
No.
I'm not in a good mood today and don't have anything nice to say.
Alright, never mind. I take back what I just said.
Besides, comfort is the last thing this place needs.
Oh. Okay, never mind. I thought she was gonna be vulnerable with us, but who the hell are we, right? She's like, I don't fucking know you. Why would I ever be comfortable around you? Damn, that's how it ends? Damn, fuck me, I guess. Holy. I'm just over here trying to help you out, trying to do good. And she's like, get the hell out of here. I don't need you or anybody. Okay. Go inside one last time. Okay, hold on. Is there something else in here? Hold on. It's somehow back to... I've somehow ended up back here. Columbina.
Bro's brain lagged like mine does.
Oh my god, am I Delulu right now? Am I delusional?
Me too.
Am I like, guys, she's still here.
Yeah, I did the same shit.
I feel it in my bones. She's not gone. Chat, she always used to be Eepy, and she used to sleep right here. I can still hear her song. Guys, this is depressing as hell. Like, what do you mean I can't come to Silver Moon Hall and listen to her music? I used to do that all the time when this patch first came, when Nod Krai came out.
Pull that shit on YouTube,
and
brother.
now you're also telling me, yeah, Arnold, you were 1 week away from getting the name card? Well, too goddamn bad. Have fun waiting 6 weeks.
I was
and then
3
on top
weeks
of that, we're gonna have
behind.
to wait until we finish the Archon quest to get access to the Selenic Chronicles again. Gamers, I am so devastated. We finished the Act 6 Nod Krai Archon quest, but at what cost? Dottore has been a sneaky little worm this entire time, hasn't said a peep, hasn't done anything, hasn't made his presence known. They don't even say his name. He just showed up in the final quarter and blindsided us. This was a great Archon quest, though. The Hyperborea lore, the confirmation of the Moon Sisters, Dragon King Nibelung going up against the Heavenly Principles, confirmed, I believe, as the second Descender. The 3 moons as confirmed weapons. That's why 2 of them were destroyed. The third one, Beyond the Firmament. Moon Prayer Night was peak, my favorite part of this entire patch, without a doubt, that is how every festival in this game should feel like. Yeah, Dotori's back in the picture. I love a good antagonist. I love a good villain. I hate to love that guy, or I love to hate that guy, rather. He's the villain. He's the bad guy. I love when he's doing shit, because that means our characters have to do shit. I'm just not happy with how they really just gave me that emotional buildup, and then they just fucking yanked it from me. I couldn't even naturally come down from my emotions, because they literally were like, hey, Dotori's pulling up. Bet you didn't realize that. Yeah, Columbina is a great character, man. They did such a great job with her. I'm so happy with how well they managed her character and how they naturally built a rapport with the Traveler and with everybody in Nod Krai. I love Nod Krai so much. It's such a necessary part of the story. I'm so glad we're not going to Snezhnaya anytime soon. I'm expecting an Act 7 and 8 Archon quest next patch. I wouldn't even mind an Act 9 and 10 if they can push it that far.
You know what? I didn't realize he was going to do all this. Hold on.
Final fight. So, like, it already happened with Rare. It already happened with Columbina. I think the next time it should happen is where, like...
Theory intro. Oh, this is what we
gamers,
want.
We just finished the Nod Krai Act 6
skip.
Archon
This is where we're starting.
Wrapping up on everything. I have taken myself a ton of notes following that ridiculous display.
Moongate equals fool. Hold the fuck up. This guy's spitting. Hold on. Moongate equals Fooly. Oh, wait, this is going to be a fire-ass theory. Wait, what? I say fire because it looks like I'm going to agree with a lot of it. Nod Krai equals M4. Columbina equals... Oh, my God. Hold on, wait a minute. This guy knows his shit.
By Dottore. I hate the fact that Hoyoverse literally knew what they were doing by giving us the feels good moments of Moon Prayer Night and really just kind of distracting us from the obvious. And I was...
Bro, what's funny is, like, literally one of the only people I still talk to from high school looks pretty close to this guy, and it's kind of weird. Like, literally one of my best friends in high school, and probably, like, one of 3 I talk to still, looks close to this guy.
Fucked in. I was like,
it's weird.
Luna 3, Luna 4. I'm like, guys, Dottore hasn't done much. I'm a little worried. And then we dealt with Rare, and my guard was leveled. And then Moon Prayer Night completely distracted me. And then Dottore just pulled up. And the worst part is they teased
the event quest
in the freaking recent Sumeru event. So I got doubly screwed over.
Yeah.
Like, I was blind, like actually completely.
I mean,
mesmerized.
They did mention him at the beginning of the quest. Like, it was one of the first things they brought up in the beginning of the quest is, oh, hey, Dottore's, or what's up with Dottore? Where's Dottore been? Dude, I got a tag underneath this shoulder. Fuck. That it's been here the whole time. I didn't even realize I had a tag here. Fuck. Ow! Oh, it's a pin! Oh, shit! Bruh, I can't get it out without stabbing. Ah! I can't get it out without stabbing myself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I lost the pin. Ow! I lost the pin. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I lost the pin. Did it drop? I don't know where it went. Dude, I'm scared now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Dude, where did the pin go? Oh yeah, I have no idea. It's over. Whatever. I'm gonna get stabbed at some point. Well, living life on the edge, I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna get stabbed at some point, and I have no idea when. But if you hear a random scream, yeah, that's me getting stabbed, most likely. whatever.
I think it was the Simulanka little moment that they gave us. I was so immersed. It took me like 4 or 5 hours to get through Moon per Night, which was great because my reaction was I was so beside myself. I could not believe it. You know, everything kind of came together, but in the end, we are kind of left in this state of like, what happens next? The Silver Moon Hall looks like shit. Columbina isn't here.
It looks like shit.
And we have over a month to wait before we get the continuation of the Act 7 and potentially Act 8 Archon quests. I'm sure Dotori is going to be a boss fight. However,
wait, so he recorded this that long ago and he just released it, what, a week ago?
Cooking. I just want to reiterate that I do not watch other content creators who cover lore or anything like that.
I do.
Obviously, we're all playing the same game. We'll come to the same conclusions, but
not true. Hey, brother. You need to watch some other people. I tell you, because what you just said is not true. There are a lot of directions it can go.
This theory is rooted in me backpacking off of Honkai Star Rail, more specifically Amphorius. You guys will know why once we start. But I wanted to touch on a couple of things that I am realizing now that the Archon quest is wrapped up. In the fact that there's a lot of things that Hoyo has set up. The fact that the first 4 acts was setting up the Moon Gate with Rerir is crazy because they called that back with Columbina going through a Moon Gate. We still don't know what happened to Thelindis, what research she was looking into, what happened to her when she went through the Moon Gate.
I said
Did
this.
she shatter into a bajillion pieces like Rerir shattered into a bajillion pieces, like Columbina just shattered into a bajillion pieces? I have a theory.
Whoa. I mean, I get it. At the end, she dissolves down, or she falls down, and then you see her dissolve, but you're jumping to conclusions here, buddy.
About her as well, and it basically is going to connect Rerir, Columbina, Thelindis, and what could potentially happen in these last 2 Archon quests. So the first thing that I want to talk about and discuss is the hypo, which is crazy that they foreshadowed this when we were going after the iridescent moon marrow in, I believe it was Act 3. But the iridescent moon goddess referenced hypo when we were in the abyssal, void with Columbina. She mentioned like, oh, I wish I was more confident, in that whole, in the whole situation regarding Dragon King Nibelung imprisoning them. And she said, take care or farewell hypo. At the time we were all like, oh, I wonder if that's Columbina's name. Okay, so I just want to say this, chat, okay? Hypoglycemia, hypostasis, hypothermia, it's none of those guys. We were so off the mark, it's crazy. This is going to be a little spoilery. It actually is going to be rather spoilery if you have not done the 3.7
so they
HSR and...
He thought about that while I was playing through Luna 2? That's pretty dope. I didn't think of it at all.
Amphorius story, because I'm backpacking a lot of my perception of that to this, because Hoyoverse has, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but between Nod Krai and Amphorius, there is so much overlap and similarities between the themes of their games. Bootstrap Paradox in particular, right? They did the Bootstrap Paradox with Diridith. They did the Bootstrap Paradox with Cyrene. And so I literally put here, Nod Krai equals Amphorius, Columbina equals Cyrene, the Wild Hunt equals Kuvaki, and Luonatar equals Mem. So
Luonatar equals Mem, holy fucking shit. Why haven't I said this before? I kept saying Luonatar is like a culmination of things. It could be it was first stated like the blessings of the other moons as well to form a Luonatar to help push things along, to help guide it, you know what I mean? But I never thought, oh yeah, Luonatar equals Mem. Holy shit.
The Wild Hunt...
Why didn't I think of that? Wild Hunt equals Kuhenki? Oh, hate and love.
Equals Kuvaki, and Luonatar equals Mem. So again, we go back to hypo. The iridescent moon goddess drops the term hypo to Columbina. Some time passes, and Columbina ends up realizing or solidifying her name as Columbina Hyposelenia, based on the iridescent moon goddess mentioning hypo. So I think the iridescent moon goddess influenced Columbina,
who then made it her own name.
Selenia. Columbina then goes through a moon gate,
tells her the name.
Moon gate is gonna act kind of like a loop, similar to Amphorius. Cyrene, cause and effect. The effect creates the cause. She is going to end up back in time where the 4 moon goddesses were imprisoned, right? What they mentioned in the Hymns of the Far North, they mentioned 4 imprisoned moons. And now that Columbina in the future is gonna have the name.
Somebody also tried to fight me on that about the 4 imprisoned moons. Like, yeah, but they said that it's text that's possibly, you know, mistranslated. Brother, you're gonna tell me that's the one line they mistranslated? They got everything else right, but that line's mistranslated? Fuck off, okay? I don't care what the game wants to try to mislead you on. If the game tries to tell you that the one line that you're like, oh my god about is the potentially mistranslated line, you also tell that person in game to fuck off, because that's just not true. And the game's trying to mislead you, okay? That's bullshit. Now, with this though, I'm also not completely sold that they'll literally send her back 6,000 years to this time. I still believe there's a high chance that she does get cast off into somewhere else that's quote-unquote blown off of the timeline. Ashokai mentioned the Lunar Palace. Don't know if it's the Lunar Palace, but somewhere similar to that that's off the timeline to influence the past somehow. Will she go directly back, like how we see, you know, Cyrene do it and plant a smaller version of herself? I don't know, but we'll see. We're only 3 days out.
Hyposelenia, she is gonna go back in time and tell her name to the
this loop I like
goddess, who will then tell Columbina in the future.
I said this, bro. Look it up.
Name, and it's basically going to be similar to Amphorius of Cyrene creating the causality of Foley, going back in time and creating basically herself. I
literally said this while watching Cat with Blue Hat's video when he dropped it.
Problem is, this is an Amphorius, allegedly. This is not an Emperor's Scepter, allegedly. We know Genshin Impact is based on like a Samsara cycle, so it could be for all we know. Here's what I'm hung up on, right? Rerir mentioned that when he went through the Moon Gate, he was shattered into pieces and he was, quote, hurled into the chaos of time. So I think going through a Moon Gate throws you throughout time, right? Similar to how Foley gazes backwards and, you know, it affects all of time, you know, with remembering history and whatnot. So I think Columbina affected the causality of the past by the iridescent moon goddess telling her a portion of her name. She solidifies that as a part of her name. She goes through the Moon Gate, goes back in time, which then allows her to create the cause of her name, which then becomes the effect of hyposelenia. What I'm getting at now, so like that's like the first part. I'm wondering if this is also going to tie into her birth, because I said this at the end, like right when the Archon quest ended, I was like, guys, Columbina just went through a Moon Gate. When Rerir went through a Moon Gate, he shattered into pieces. Those pieces were thrown into time, and those pieces manifested as the Wild Hunt. I actually wonder, so at the end of the Archon quest, Columbina disintegrates. She's, I assume, gonna be thrown into the winds of time. And I wonder if that shattering...
That could be misleading. Personal take, probably because I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that she also got shattered into millions of pieces. So you know what? Whatever. I'll claim it's just because I don't want to believe it. That's fine.
Is what created the Kuhenki, because the Kuhenki are all female. They're all girls.
Oh, he's going with the... Well, how the hell do you know? How the hell do we know that? You checking under there, buddy? How the fuck can we say that these are all females? Does anyone know? Because I don't see any defining body parts.
The birth of the moon goddess. So let's just say Columbina, a fragment of her went to the past. One fragment went 6,000 years ago to the moon goddesses that was able to influence her name. And then another fragment went to like 500 years ago, which would have been the cataclysm, which would have been the point of her birth. Because if you guys remember, if you did the anecdotes, Malus created a drawing of Columbina's birth. And it's weird because it's like, I remember at the time I was like, how is this Kuhenki there before she was born? Unless this is one of those fragments that was...
Well, isn't it said Luanatar's like super old though?
It's like, I don't know if the fragments were before...
Like the Luanatar is Luanatar because it's an advanced Kuhenki.
Or she was born, right? Maybe some of the Kuhenki fragments were placed before she was born, but then the majority of them were placed, came into being when she was born. I don't know if this is making sense. I hope it's making sense.
It is, but I don't know if I don't know if I'm on board with it. Honestly, I get what he's saying though. I don't like it. I'm saying if they take that route, I don't like it.
I basically
Is that
wonder
fair?
if Columbina fracturing into the Kuhenki is similar to how Rerir.
I think having her fracture the same way Rerir fractured when they're of completely different consistencies is kind of weird. Unless, like, I mean, everything can fracture going through it, but I just don't see how she fractures and then comes to a form enough to tell the other moon her name. Like hyposelenia. How does she fragment but then still like form a being to then communicate with the other moons 6,000 years ago or off of the timeline?
Fractured and
you know what I mean?
Fragments became
Like I don't think both can be
true. It would
true.
explain why the Kuhenki showed up after Columbina was born. So I don't know if she had an influence in that. Like, did Columbina go back in time and then she just waited out all of that time until 500 years ago to then instill her birth? Because here's another thing too. In Amphorius, they mention that Fuli doesn't exist. It's the perception that people have on Fuli's gaze that see that as Fuli. But Fuli doesn't exist until the universe is destroyed. I wonder if, like, Columbina's...
It would make sense for a moon goddess to put up a resistance for her own moon gate. What do you mean by a resistance?
Birth was something that she directly influenced in that moment. I wonder if she created the conditions for her own birth by going back in time. Like, retroactively, obviously. Now, it's weird because...
Like, I think so. It's just... I don't know exactly how she gets born. Because, like, in my mind, there's multiple ways it can happen. Like, she either... Because there was another one where it was like she kind of sacrifices herself. Or she does something different than what the other moons did to basically off herself and then get reborn later. Like, she wouldn't get torn up in a manner like Rerir. Well, yeah, I mean, her getting torn up, too, like, I just don't see how, it's either she gets torn up, it gets completely fragmented and doesn't go back in time to talk to them, or she goes back in time to talk to them. Like, I don't think you can have where she gets torn up and she goes back in time to talk to them, or blown off of the timeline, whatever. I don't think both can be true. It would be, in my opinion, and they could make it happen, don't get me wrong, they definitely could make it happen, but in my opinion, I just wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like it if both of those things were true. If she got fragmented into the Kuhenki and she also went to the past or off of the timeline to communicate with the other moon goddesses. I feel like that'd be weird. Also, I think it's less likely that she's fragmented based off of her recent character trailer, teaser, but then again, you could argue that it's more likely that she's fragmented because we see her in 3 different spaces. So, who the fuck knows? We see her in a dream space, we see her in, like, kind of locked in with Dottore, and we've seen her in some, you know, stone museum. So, I don't know. I really don't know what happens. Where was I going with what I was saying before, though? Fuck, now I lost my train of thought for the other thing.
See that as Fuli, but Fuli doesn't exist until the universe is destroyed.
How she's creating herself. Like, I could see her going back and talking to them, but I don't know exactly how she dies to then be born again. I don't know how she kind of fades out in between going back in time and then being born again. I don't really know what could happen there. Like, other than her crashing kind of into the earth and laying down this place where she eventually gets kind of spawned in at. That place where we kind of did the spin around. You know what I mean? But I say that, but I also don't kind of believe that she ever really rose. Like, at all. Even a little bit.
Wonder if, like, Columbina's birth was something that she directly influenced in that moment. I wonder if she created the conditions for her own birth by going back in time. Like,
I agree with that. I just don't know how they're going to do it. I'm leaving it up to them to tell me how they're going to do it. I want them to show me how they're going to do it, because I don't know how they're going to do it.
Retroactively, obviously. Now, it's weird because the difference is Amphorius is a loop, so this always happens. Nod Krai isn't, so I wonder if this is like a first time loop, creates this first cycle, and I think the purpose of it is so Columbina can go back in time and learn something new or discover something new that will change the future. Kind of like what Dottore did, right? Dottore influenced a phantom in the past, and that phantom influenced the others, and it allowed him to get information that he otherwise shouldn't have gotten. So I wonder if Columbina is going to have an influence on the Moon Sisters, if she's going to have an influence on her birth. She might even have an influence on Tholindis, because if Tholindis went through a moon gate, and if Tholindis fragmented, I wonder if her fragments became a part of Rerir. Didn't Inefa mention that there was like a woman in the Wild Hunt? If Tholindis fragmented throughout time, I wonder if her fragments merged with Rerir's fragments, and that's why Inefa mentioned that there was a woman in the Wild Hunt, and also why her memories were in Rerir's memories when Nefer was going through his mind, because we still don't know what happened to her. We don't know why her memories were in his memories. We don't know what became of her. And another thing too, I think Luonatar is Columbina.
We have to see some Tholindis in Luna 4, right? Like, we just have to. We have to know what happened to Tholindis here. If we're going through the Moon Gate, we went through the Moon Gate. Like, we have to get some hint about Tholindis, for sure. Like, they just have to. If they don't, they're never going to tell us anything. I mean, we could safely assume if we don't learn anything about Tholindis in Luna 4, Tholindis is GG, gone forever. We're never going to hear about her again.
From the past. Like, she went through the Moon Gate, and then a fragment of her exists in a different form as Luonatar. But similar to how Cyrene did that, she became Mem, and she lost all of her memories. And the reason I say that is because when Luonatar met the Traveler, she, like, kissed his forehead. I was like, oh, that's a little...
Everybody says the same damn thing.
Weird. That seems kind of interesting choice for someone you just met, allegedly. But if it is Columbina and she turned into the Luonatar, because they said that this Luonatar was blessed by the Frost Moon Goddess. But now that Columbina went through a moon gate, if she went back in time, maybe she blessed this Luonatar with like her essence or her soul or something.
Yeah, see, that I can
carry on in the future. So
that I can believe.
I wonder if Luonatar
like that I like. That I like, but the fact of people trying to say Columbina equals Luonatar, I don't like, and I think a lot of people have gotten away from that. To be fair, I just don't like saying they're equal by any means. But some type of, I can agree where it's like some type of piece of her. I don't want to say fragment because I don't want to believe that she got totally fragmented, but some type of Columbina or moon influence, because of the fact that she went off of the timeline or back in time.
Can become Columbina again.
That makes sense.
The Luna Arcana that Barbaloth read to her, she was like, oh, at the end of your journey, your future is death. What if Columbina technically died going through the Moon Gate, but Luonatar is a backup? Like a fail-safe backup for her to be reborn again, you know? Because she did say, like, it doesn't mean death necessarily, it could mean rebirth. So if Columbina died, maybe Luonatar will allow her to be resurrected or revived or reborn. I know that
only makes sense if this is like the first time going through something. But I don't think we can have direct... I mean, we can have anything. But direct time travel is, like, weird. So, it being like the first time we're going back in time, I don't think we're going to see that happen. And I feel like that's the only way that we could see Luonatar existing in this form. But then, in order to say that, she would have already had to have go back in time once, because otherwise Luonatar wouldn't exist. That's why it's like you can't have... that couldn't be the first. This couldn't be the first time. Like, it can never be the first. There is no such thing as a first time, basically. Like, it's either always happening or it's not.
That was kind of like a lot to take in. All of this is hinging on the fact that it's very similar. It reminds me so much of Honkai Star Rail, with Cyrene creating herself, going back in time, turning into Mem turning into Cyrene turning into the Demiurge. And
I do like this.
Same thing with
Yeah,
Columbina.
absolutely,
Columbina
100%.
going back, creating her own name, and if she is Luonatar, going from Columbina to Luonatar to a reborn Columbina. Another thing too.
Yeah, but see, that just doesn't, because then what is, no, they're two things existing right now at the same time. So we can't say she's gonna go back in time to create Luonatar and then what? Continue like past this period in time and then be reborn as Luonatar is gonna change into Columbina? Like, there's no way. That would be so lame. That would be so lame. That would be so lame, in my opinion.
That, and this is gonna be emphasized in that video, but the mysterious helper that was helping us out, I think the person that saved Hisi Isle from that attack, and that mysterious individual that helped us find the correct books with Flynn's, I think that was also Columbina from the past. Because originally we all thought it was Nicole because, oh, the colors were golden and Nicole wasn't revealed yet. So it's like, oh, it might be Nicole helping us. But Columbina asked Flynn's, oh, what were those books that they helped you find? And he told her. So I think Columbina is going to go back in time and she's going to be the helper that helped us out. I think that was her, number one. Number two, I think the person that protected the barrier may have been either, I'm thinking it's either Columbina. At this point, it's either Columbina or it's Itlua. Because it was a golden color, which implies Geo. And Itlua is Geo. So maybe...
Why wouldn't he just, like... Probably not him. I also look at the things they, like could have said but didn't say. Why would everyone be guessing, like, who did it, and then, like, this guy's just coming in now? Why leave it up to such speculation, but then just introduce this guy now? I don't know. I feel like if it's got to be a mysterious force, not just a character they're gonna throw in there. I mean, I'm more on board with the whole Columbina overlooking time, kind of somehow guarding it. I think that's more believable than Itlua.
Maybe Columbina told Itlua in the future from the past, and he went there and protected it, or she protected it herself, but I don't know how she would be able to do that. I feel like it was someone who got information from this mysterious helper to protect Hisi Isle when the Kuvaki beam went off. So it was basically her. And that's like another thing too that kind of went over my head initially, but yeah, I think Columbina is also that mysterious helper. And I also talked in my video about how I think Luonatar is Columbina. It actually might be her heart, maybe, similar to how like Flynn's lost his, not Flynn's, Flynn's carried Rerir's heart. And like Rerir was making it a big deal to get his heart back. Luonatar is still kind of an anomaly, but it was a blessing blessed by Columbina. So
okay, see, that I like. Blessing blessed by Columbina is nice. That has maybe some of her like memories and thoughts. She's like a guide. I don't know exactly how they're gonna explain it, but the best way I could do it is just like a guide. Knows certain things, helps us along, influenced by her, influenced by potentially the other moons as well.
Whatever Kuhenki Columbina blessed back in the day has lived on to this point, but we talked about that as well in my theory. Another thing too that was very interesting, I don't know if any of you guys caught it. I realized this because I rewatched the Dottore scene. Aether has the exact same like pose as Rerir. So like when Rerir was running after Tholindis, who was about to jump into the moon gate, like he like lunged at her. Aether lunged at Columbina the exact same way as she jumped into a moon gate. And I'm like, brother, are they really trying to like, you know, first you hate Rerir, then you understand Rerir, then you become Rerir.
Then you understand him.
How Rerir was fighting so hard to save Tholindis, and Aether's fighting so hard to save Columbina, and now Columbina and Rerir should both be in a moon gate, which is hilarious. And I don't know if that's I don't know if that's symbolic of anything. I don't know if that's supposed to give us some perspective or some, not sympathize. Sympathize isn't the right word, but basically, I guess just put Aether in the same shoes as Rerir, because now Aether's in a predicament. It's like, well, what's Aether gonna do to save Columbina? Columbina, you know? Yeah, almost kind of like a foil. I guess a foil is the right word. But yeah, I think it's just very interesting. I noticed the comparisons and the parallels there. What I'm also curious about for Dottore is I wonder if this is his attempt to burn the Irminsul tree after, like, we got the, you know, we ended up seeing that during the Sumeru, the Winter Knights Lazo at the end. I assume that was Irminsul he was burning. Apparently that never happened, or it hasn't happened yet, but now Mans for a moment controlled the freaking reason, life, death, time, and space, and he's trying to transcend his fate. So I wonder if fate has a certain outcome for him that's not favorable. I don't know if he's gonna die, or if something's gonna happen to him, or if he's ultimately gonna get defeated in the future and he's trying to change that by becoming a literal moon god. But I wonder if burning Irminsul is something that is going to be closer to a reality for Dottore by the end of this Archon quest, or if that's still an ambition of his that
yeah,
he's
right.
to,
Even if he wants to
trying
do it now.
achieve.
Because he could have given up on that even after, you know, failing with everything he did in Sumeru. You know, like that could have just been like an alternate timeline if we weren't there. You got to think, like, us as a descender, like, we're able to change shit, man. Like, really, like, we're really able to change fate. You know? So these could all be, some of these videos and things that we see could all be things that happened if we didn't exist. So, like, something like him burning Irminsul could have just been a different timeline without us in it. You know?
Because he mentioned that, like, life, death, space, time, reason, all of them thought I would fail. And I think it was Alice that said that he's trying to transcend his fate. He's trying to become so godlike that nothing can prevent him from his goals in the future. But I assume he knows something about his fate that is unavoidable. So I wonder if Dottore is doing all of this to try to prevent something happening to him, essentially. I guess the last thing that I'll say here is actually regarding Sandrone. Normally I would glaze this moment because it's lore, but it's very interesting how they reinforced the Narcissenkreuz Ordo quest specifically. When we first got it, she gave us the whole rundown and she asked us those questions, and she basically was like, oh, would you sacrifice yourself to save the world? I would never do that. And then they throw that theme at you again, where she was like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot if you decide to sacrifice yourself to save the world. And now, presumably her best friend just got thrown into a moon gate. We don't know her. We don't know what's gonna happen
and
to her.
She's finna crash out.
Here, I typed this. I wrote this out specifically because I think this is the theme that connects it. Sandrone says that sacrificing yourself for the world is a waste, and she would never do it. However, they are reinforcing this theme for the second time during the Archon quest. I wouldn't be surprised if Sandrone sacrifices herself for Columbina because Columbina is her world. I actually think Sandrone...
Now that is the type of prediction I like to see. That is a good one. That is a good one. I like that prediction.
Is kind of being a little
I like that prediction.
She's like, I would never do that shit. Not me. No siree. Nobody's worth it. She obviously cares about Columbina. I don't know if she has plot armor because she's a robot. I don't know what the limitations of her survivability would be going up against someone like Dottore or even Rerir if Columbina's life was at risk. But I don't think they brought up the Narcissenkreuz Ordo quest again for no reason. I think you're supposed to clock that and be like, oh, they're mentioning this sacrifice again. Sandrone is not very, like, open and out there with her emotions. She's very reserved. She's only really emotionally vulnerable around Columbina. And obviously, she enjoys her company. She enjoys, no matter what she says, she cares about her. But I do think that she would sacrifice herself for Columbina, and I think that's what they are getting at here. Again, don't know if it's a permanence thing because she's a robot. I don't know if she can be destroyed and get recreated. I have no idea. But I do...
Hey, I know we're watching this now. I mean, he posted it 7 days ago. So I don't think the teaser was out yet. No, not the teaser. No, the Luna 4 trailer would have been out, though. Anyways, Polonia. We saw Polonia destroyed. Or at least blackened out. In the trailer. The Luna 4 trailer. Something to keep in mind.
I think that there's gonna be, like, Sandrone is definitely cooking something up. She was also outside of the Silver Moon Hall at the end of the Archon quest, so she's also worried and wondering if Columbina is gonna come back. It might be Doomed Yuri once again, chatters, but I also wonder what the significance is going to be, because, you know, Columbina has to come back, but she's also going to be in danger from Dottore because he needs her moon marrow, or he needs her moon marrow. Yeah, I just wrote that last part there because I don't think they dropped Narcissenkreuz Ordo a second time, regurgitating some of that info for no reason.
They also said it in the trailer too. I forget what it exactly said,
it would be crazy if another and then on top of that, fucking Arlecchino's lore, when she came out in 4.6, implied that Arlecchino would gladly stand against the Tsaritsa if it came to her children or if it came to people she cared about. And I guess there is a ironclad mandate that Harbingers are not allowed to fight each other.
Yep.
And I do think, see, as fucked up as it sounds, despite Dottore doing everything, right? He was asked to go back to Snezhnaya, but he's still
no way the Tsaritsa lets him get away with it. I don't think so.
This Dottore is a segment, and the other Dottore went back, or they're both segments, and he just split the work. I actually wonder if the Tsaritsa would let Dottore off because, you know, it's his own personal ambition. You know.
The reason I say no is what I was saying earlier. They want to get rid of HP for a reason, right? Well, I mean, we can assume that's what they're doing, right? And if they want to get rid of that type of power oversight, they're not going to let somebody else gain that type of power and oversight against them. So there's this would like go against everything they're fighting for at the end of the day. I think Dottore trying to gain this much power is exactly what they're trying to fight against. And why would they let that happen? Even if he is a Harbinger, why would they let that happen?
But I don't know if she would let Arlecchino off the hook with this, because I feel like
well, fuck it, we'll kill the Tsaritsa too. I don't give a shit.
Piece in the Tsaritsa's plans, and if Arlecchino goes against one of her pieces, that goes against the Tsaritsa's overarching plan of letting them.
Tsaritsa can see the bottom of the ocean too, buddy. I don't give a fuck.
Do whatever they want as long as her plans are forwarded. So I actually wonder if Arlecchino's gonna get in trouble by the Tsaritsa if she actually pulls up on Dottore.
She can try.
Like, for some strange reason, I feel like Dottore would get a pass, but not Arlecchino, because Dottore isn't jeopardizing another Harbinger. It's not even favoritism.
Dottore isn't jeopardizing another Harbinger. He's jeopardizing the entire world. And freedom of the entire world if he gains all his power.
It's literally like
he's jeopardizing everybody.
Rules. Her rule is do whatever you want as long as I get my Gnosis, as long as I get my this, as long as I get my that. And to be honest, Dottore pulled up with 2 Gnosis for her. So if anything,
don't matter.
His track record is a lot better than these other Harbingers, you know? Granted, Arlecchino made it back with the Hydronosis. But see, here's the thing. I don't know, man. A part of me feels like the Tsaritsa doesn't really give a shit what any of these Harbingers do, as long as they don't kill each other. Because as long as they're making moves, that's ultimately her goal. The Harbingers are moving, they're making plays, they're making progress, and at the end.
Yes, but if a Harbinger tries to do something that she's getting all these Gnosis for, and what she's her ultimate end goal, right? If somebody is trying to supersede her ultimate end goal, it's GG for that person.
End of the day, she wins. So if one of her bishops or one of her rooks or one of her knights gets killed off, especially by another one of her own pieces, I feel like she would be upset by that. Now, granted, Columbina is no longer in the Harbingers. You know, she's kind of gone MIA. I don't know how the Tsaritsa feels about Columbina at this point, especially since we allegedly may have gotten the Tsaritsa's name in the drip marketing, and she already got what she wanted out of Columbina, so I don't think she would care that Dottore is going after her.
Yeah, does that count?
What Dottore wants is probably,
well, not if she had a bounty on her head. She had a bounty on her head, so like if she's got a bounty on her head from them, then she's fair game,
benefiting the Tsaritsa as well. So
right?
I just think that Arlecchino might actually be the one to get in trouble by the Tsaritsa if word gets back, especially if Dottore dies. Yeah, like
she also said she was gonna have a war with the Tsaritsa first, I believe. I don't think she said it exactly like that, but basically it was like, I'm gonna talk to Sarita, and if she doesn't want to fall in line, then I'll turn into whatever and not fight as a harbinger.
I really don't think she cares about anything or anyone other than her plans, especially if she's trying to revive the third descender, who could be her alleged lover from the Hymns of the Far North, you know, and creating a new world even. I guess those are just all of my thoughts and theories. I really do think we're gonna learn the origin of Columbina's name, how the iridescent moon goddess learned about it. It could be from Columbina.
Yeah, but that's also assumption that that's all she's trying to do with the no-seas. I mean, with that much power, what are you really trying to do? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can revive him, but like, what are you reviving him for? You just reviving him to fuck him, or are you reviving him to like fuck him and do this, you know?
Bina going back in time and creating that causality for her name. I also think her fragmenting at the end is what inevitably created the Kuhenki throughout time, where the majority of them were present at her birth 500 years ago. And I wonder if Luonatar is a backup failsafe of Columbina, or even a reference, or even like
it's hard to say, brother. I know.
Of Thelindis.
I
I'm
know.
also gonna say this too. I cannot explain this
Thelindis,
whatsoever. I think it's because they haven't mentioned her at all. But I wonder if the song that Columbina is singing is from Thelindis somehow. I had a crack theory that Columbina is somehow the daughter of Rerir and Thelindis through the moon gates somehow, because they both went through moon gates, and now Columbina went through a moon gate. I had a crack theory about that. I have no evidence to support that. That is just my inherent gut feeling. I'm not expecting that to be true whatsoever, but I'm so hung up on the fact that they have not mentioned Thelindis once in the present. And I think Rerir is going to talk about her. I think Columbina is going to be... It'd be hilarious if Columbina is just like rage baiting Rerir in the moon gate while they pass the time. I think that'd be hilarious. Because it's like, what are they going to do? They're both in the moon gate. You can't kill each other. I mean, you could try to, but like, it's kind of pointless. You're both stuck in there. And we also don't know what Rerir's state of being is. Is he just...
Thelindis's or Rerir's redemption arc is what's gonna happen. Is
he ripped into a bajillion pieces again? Is there a Wild Hunt 2.0 cooking?
This is why I say, okay, this is my Moongate theory, or well, this is what I think happens with the Moon Gates. Rerir got torn to pieces on the first one. Why? He reopened the gate that Thelindis opened with abyssal power. That's why he got torn to pieces, and that's the only reason he got torn to pieces. Okay? This is my speculation. My speculation. Alright, Thelindis went through the moon gate. She initially opened it using some special powers or understanding of how the old school Hyperboreans did it, because she was obviously studying that. She figured out how they used to do it. She successfully did it and was able to go through the moon gate unscathed. Okay, Rerir went through the same one, but he used the abyssal power right after turning into a sinner. Boom, but that kicked him out of the moon gate. He got thrown into the chaos of time real quick, but then booted him out to the moon gate, or booted him out of the moon gate into fragments, formed the Wild Hunt 500 years ago, right? Okay, boom. Now, current time, we sent Rerir through the moon gate, but it was Columbina's moon gate. It wasn't a fucked up moon gate formed out of Rerir reopening Thelindis' one by using abyssal power that he just gained from becoming a sinner. It's clean. It's a clean moon gate. It's Columbina's moon gate, right? So, I particularly went through, didn't get torn to pieces this time. Columbina also went through, didn't get torn to pieces this time. So now we have, in full form, Thelindis, Rerir, Columbina. Rerir is very, very happy to now see Thelindis. He's basically somehow able to twist his mind and now be a normal person again. Maybe not, who knows, okay? Then, because he's with Thelindis now, he's of a sane mind, he's going to redeem himself, help Columbina figure out how to either get out of the moon gate, traverse through time, or simply leave the timeline to interact with the past and the other moon marrows. I think that's the simplest way I could put it. This is what I would like to, or what I think is going to happen. And god damn it, if I'm right, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. The music that plays when the Luonatar meets Aether for the first time is called A Re-Meet of first meeting. And the reason why I thought of Cyrene is because, you know, when we met Mem, I think Cyrene says, is this our first time meeting or a long time reunion? If that is Columbina, who kissed Aether on the forehead, it would make sense if her essence remembers him, even though she doesn't, and she can't speak, she can't communicate, so there's no way of knowing. It would be very interesting if Columbina somehow preserved herself in the future based on the past because of the Moon Gate. Luonatar was still here after the Archon quest, so I don't...
Yeah.
And she's always around Columbina. Luonatar is who led us to Columbina when we first got to Nod Krai, and it's just like that has to be her from the past, or a fragmented, globified, Kuhenki version of Columbina that can become the new Columbina rebirth if she did die.
Not the rebirth. No, I don't think we're going that far. Could be, but I don't think so. I
think Hoyo's cooking so much, and I really hope this theory made sense, especially the traveling through time and creating the cause of her effect. And I know that's like a lot, and it might sound a little weird because I'm not the best at verbalizing my theory. That's why I write everything down.
Dude, Luonatar is tricky because honestly, you say you haven't watched other people, and that's fine. But like, I've watched other people and their thoughts about Luonatar, and it's like, it's easy to say Columbina equals Luonatar, but it's also hard to describe when you don't think that, because it could be a number of things: blessings of, portions of, fragments of, thoughts of, imaginary, like there's just so many things that it's obviously related to Columbina, but to, all right, that's a good way to put it. It's related to Columbina, but to what extent? We'll leave it at that.
I don't usually say it, but yeah, I don't know. Malus creating the portrait of Columbina's birth, implying that some of the Kuhenki were present before Columbina.
That's like he kind of said it's like her heart, How Flynn's carried around Riviera's heart.
She was born. Just saying that sounds weird, but I hope that makes sense. And yeah, the Wild Hunt is the abyssal version of the Abyss going through a moon gate, and I think the Kuhenki is the Kuvaki side of going through a moon gate. So I think Columbina indirectly created the Kuhenki, and they're all like fragmented. You know, the best way I can describe it,
Not a bad... That's an interesting way to look at it. I haven't heard that one before. That's an interesting way to look at it. But I don't think it's what happens. But I like where your mind's at with that. That'd be cool. I'll give that a nice second place. A nice second place next to mine, obviously. After what I think is going to happen. That's a nice second place.
Remember how the Pari were born? Simurgh exploded into Quarina, and the Quarina merged with the Amrita waters of Egeria, and then the Kuhenki were created. So I feel like something similar happened where maybe Columbina fragmented, and it merged with, I don't know if it's the Lindis or it's something within the Moongate that then created.
Although, yeah, we did already kind of have it with them. And we just already had Rear fragmenting into the Wild Hunt, so if they hit us up with a third time on the same kind of idea, it's going to be lame. So, never mind. Fourth place.
Never mind. Of the
Take it back.
That's the only other thing I can
That'd be
think
lame.
Of. Long story short, that's my crack theory for Columbina, Rerir, Thelindis, the Kuhenki, and what will probably happen. We might actually meet, from Columbina's perspective, Columbina might actually meet the three Moon Sisters in the past, 6,000 years ago, while they were imprisoned during the War of Vengeance, which would be fucking crazy, because they would have, like, first-hand account of those events and everything that happened.
If that is what happens, that would be that's gonna be some crazy lore, let me tell you. But, I mean, hey, as these patches keep going and going, we keep getting more and more crazy lore. Especially for ancient times. So, I wouldn't put it past them to, Luna 4, we're going to get more than Luna 3. So, hey, keep cooking.
Learn something new or something like that.
I mean, we're definitely interacting with the past. One way or another, we can confidently say we're interacting with the past in one way or another, whether it's through time travel 6,000 years ago or some other form of just straight up interaction with the past. Through a domain, through a area of the timeline, whatever. We're interacting with the past, and there's no doubt in my mind that that happens.
And then they're like,
There's no way it
who
can't,
are you?
right?
She's like,
Yeah,
I'm
there is.
Columbina, hyposelenia. And then the iridescent moon goddess is like, I will
Oh,
remember
nice name.
that for 6,000 years in the future. And then
Yep.
she tells, she gets that feeling from Columbina because she remembers her from the past, and the rest is history. So I'm hoping that that's actually what comes to pass. I'm sure I scuffed my theory somewhere along the way because it's a lot, and I'm terrible at explaining it because
it's all
I
right.
don't know. I just hope it makes sense to people, and if it does
I think
come
you did
to
good.
pass and it does end
I
up
think that was
coming
good.
true, obviously it's based on the fact that Hoyoverse has given us a lot of breadcrumbs, a lot of
Bro, I sit here and talk and change my mind while I'm talking, so I think shit. I mean, that was great. That was great.
setup
Yeah,
for
hell
things that
yeah.
have not been resolved yet, and it's like we need all these things answered in the next couple of Archon quests. So Archon Act 7, Act 8, I don't know if we're gonna go to Act 9 and 10, that would be insane, but
we
they
definitely
need to
are.
answer all these questions, and I assume that this is the best explanation that they can give us. So, and then, God man, don't even get me started on the fucking spaceship. We still need the spaceship plot.
Holy fuck, I forgot about the spaceship. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, they've been edging us with the spaceship, man. They've been edging us with the spaceship since 6.0. Or no, I'm sorry. I take that back. Since 5.7? 5.7? 5.7. First we learn about a spaceship, and then every patch since has just been like, haha, here's an hour's worth of content regarding your spaceship, but then we're going to another part of the story. Fuck your spaceship. Like, bro, how do we start off Act 5 with a full hour and a half to 2 hours of spaceship-related content, and then we don't talk about it a single time after that? Crazy, right? Crazy, right? And at this point, I don't even know what role our spaceship plays. Although, to be fair, I guess it could still play the role of bringing Columbina somewhere, but probably not if she's going to end up as some other moon now. Like, my initial thought was that, oh, we're going to find the spaceship, bring Columbina to the Frost Moon via the spaceship. That'd be cool as fuck, right? But, like, now it's like, is she even going to need to go to the moon in the sky? Probably not, because she's something else now. Assuming she's going to be something else now, she's not going to need to go to that moon to find her power. But I don't know, though, because we're playing such a pivotal role here as the Traveler to where I believe kind of switching this timeline around. Like, since we're here, we're changing things a little bit. If everything we're talking about, this whole time thing is real, we can assume it's already been kind of in a loop, right? This is my assumption, right? Is that it has been a loop. It has been a loop of some sorts, right? While time may continue, like, this is a current loop, though. And Columbina had to go back in time or get blown off the timeline, whatever it is, to complete her loop, or, well, to start her loop. Just like he's saying, with Amphorius, Cyrene, whatever. It's not complete one-to-one, obviously, but it does play that loop role, that time travel kind of paradox, whatever you want to call it, right? But us being here is going to change. We're basically kind of going to break the loop a little bit. How? Not exactly sure, but I think our power somehow is going to break her out of this loop and then continue her story onwards past the loop that Columbina has been stuck in. It's almost like not, if you don't consider the whole Cyrene loop where she goes back in time to, the beginning of the eternal recurrences, but you consider like our Trailblazer interjection into the eternal recurrences where they kept doing a loop inside the loops. So each cycle, each Amphorius cycle was a loop itself too, right? Had different outcomes, whatever. But each of those cycles, they were waiting for a deliverer to come, right? They kept waiting for a deliverer to come. And then eventually, once the deliverer came, we broke out of eternal recurrence, and then we're able to complete the story of Amphorius. And then that's when Cyrene went back in time to eternal recurrence 0, right? So basically, we could be acting as, deliverer again here, where let's just say we're on cycle 33,550,336, and that number's going to be stuck in my head until the end of time. But we're acting as a deliverer coming in, where Columbina's been on this loop, and now we're going to break Columbina out of this loop as a descender. We're able to do this, and Columbina had to go back in time in order to do her loop. I think that'd be crazy to see, and I think honestly, in my opinion, we're going to see some form of that. Obviously, it's not going to be a one-to-one, but I think we're going to see some form of that, which is why I always lead to, which nobody has said yet, and I claim it as my own because I've been looking for somebody else to mention it, and nobody else has, that Alice let Dottore get away with it. Alice knew that Dottore was going to do this. She knew the whole plan the whole time. She's playing dumb. Dottore isn't that smart, did not outsmart Alice. But Alice cannot interfere. Alice can't interfere because if she interferes, she breaks the cycle. That's it. That's all I gotta say.
Hotline answered. I haven't even thought of that. I'm literally just thinking about Columbina right now. In before they threw the spaceship into a moon gate. Like, what if the spaceship got thrown into a moon gate and it's like in a different part of time? It's not where's the spaceship, it's when's the spaceship. I
say, look, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I say the spaceship, all they had to do was dig. That's my opinion. Hey, look, they said the spaceship couldn't move. The only thing I could have done is sink then. The only thing that could have happened is nature took it over. We saw moss grow on it, okay? There's reasonable, it's reasonable to believe that it just sunk over thousands of years. It's just in the ground. All we had to do was dig.
It's at a when in time. It's not where. Either that or Reed Miller literally found it and hid it underground somewhere, and we
yeah,
can't
right
find
where it
yet.
is.
Only
Right where
time
it
will
is.
tell. Clip it and ship it, gamers, and hopefully I'm not an absolute three-head streamer when the Archon quest is over.
Oh, I am for sure. I'm wrong about everything. I guarantee it. I guarantee that I am, you know, I'm probably wrong about everything, but I don't give a shit. You want to know why? Because I'm having fun thinking about the shit that may not be possible and the shit that will be possible. Boom. Yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos lately, actually, off stream, and I actually watched him play the end of the Archon quest because I like, this dude fucking knows his shit. Like, honestly, if there's someone I gotta say that you want to know someone who knows their shit, is this guy. This guy knows what the hell he's talking about, and he does a good job of keeping track of things. So yeah, W. All right, man, I watched a number of videos today, and now my brain is, yo, dude, I'm so ready. I'm so ready. We got 3 days left. 3 days. 3 days? Yeah, literally like 3 days now. 2 days, actually. 2 days now. Dope.
Out of Cyrene.
I'll probably be on tomorrow to maybe watch another video or two. There was another one I did want to, well, somebody recommended this while I was streaming today, so we might watch that one tomorrow. And then this seems like a drama video, but like, I don't know, might be something. I'd like to see what somebody thinks about Nod Krai being filler, because honestly, okay, can we go up? No? If you've played Nod Krai, you know it's not filler. So how the hell can somebody say that Nod Krai is filler? Okay, this is pissing me off now. Go up. Go up. Okay. I don't know how someone can say Nod Krai is filler. Because it's definitely not filler. It's only filler if you're hitting that skip button. It's only filler if you're playing as Varka. And at that point, like, how can you consider it filler? Because it's given us more, like it's given us so much information. I don't, like, if you're playing the game, you're playing, you know what, I just don't understand how you can call it filler. So maybe I'll watch that tomorrow too. But all right, thanks for hanging out. It's definitely clickbait. It's definitely clickbait, but you know what, it's baiting me, and that's why I want to watch it tomorrow. But all right, I'm off. If you want to check shit out tomorrow, be on. If not, thanks for hanging out, and I hope everybody gets Columbina when she comes out on Tuesday. So good luck, and yeah. Peace out. Yeah, off rip, the initial part of the video is just like, no, Nod Krai is not filler. Like, within the first 5 seconds, you know what? Hold on, ready? Watch. If it says within the first 5 seconds Nod Krai is not filler, I'm not watching it.
When Nod Krai was announced, many dismissed it as Genshin's filler arc. We had been due to read.
Nope. Not within the first 5 seconds. All right, so we save it. We save it. Hey, look, it's not within the first 5 seconds. All right, I'm gone. Peace out.